Okay, now we're gonna hear an echo real quick. Okay, now we're gonna hear an echo real quick. Oh my god, why? Oh my god, why? Oh my god, why? Okay. Okay. Maybe that works now. That's way better. I can't. For some odd reason, I'm not hearing it on the stream. Oh, it's because Windows is now freaking out about it. Of course. Everyone's always gonna have this. Yep. Oh, good thing I checked on. Oh no. Is that it? Is that it? Is that sound? Okay, I see the levels. Now I can get up off the ground. Ugh. Ew, you're so far away. Oh. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. Now I'm off the ground. And I'm at desk height. Goodness. If I can stop having an issue. That fire over there? Oh, it must be from the volcano. So you know what I think did it? Is because I was messing with, this is silent. Well, actually, let me know if this is weird. Can you hear any music? Oh, you flippin' thing. Okay, so now I know how to do that shit. There we go. Okay, that's much better. And at a low tone, right? I mean, pretty decent level up between the two. Ouch. So, starting off Sunday or Saturday stream really well. Super cursed. But yeah, so what I ended up doing wrong. You turn up the music a bit more if you wanted. Okay. I actually plan on doing this so that it is stream background. So the feedback is helpful. Like, this is going to be a kind of a permanent thing. I hopefully will be able to get my own or a different playlist going. But yeah, I want to be able to have it like this, so people have music to listen to. Hey, Theron, how's it going, bud? Good to have you here. I was hoping I'd get some people joining in. I need to start streaming More on the weekends. I like my weekends, but I realize a lot of people also have free time to stream. Kind of like why I like my weekends. It's because I have free time. Oh, it was that bad for you? I've noticed that things have been steadily getting worse at your place, which is kind of weird because it wasn't so bad earlier, and now it's just kind of like getting there, which honestly is weird. It's like they just saved all these weird ass negative events to have up until the last moment. We have 5 people short today. How are you 5 people short? Doesn't that mean that entire shift just didn't show up to work? Because that's what it sounds like. It's an entire shift. People did not show up for work. Which is impressive. To have that many people just say, nah, we're not coming in today. And the one people there. Really? Oh my goodness. There's no excuse. The Rona, there's no excuse for. You've got the Rona. Sorry. You need help. See, I get that one. That one I get. There's no need to excuse it, because Rona sucks. But the rest of that with the people at work, that's bullshit. But even so, coming up with a reason not to work, that only does you so much. Oh, 2 weeks? Yeah. Oh, they went to Portugal and got it? Oh, that's not good. Because she was going to go home. Supervisor told her she did. She's not coming back. Yeah. Good to see that someone has a bit of sense going on. Absolutely not. Yeah, Jan, you can come on over to work again. Sure, you got the Rona? Great, spit in my coffee. I want you to stand around and huff the air in my office for a while. Thanks, no harm done. Good to have you here. Yep, people don't do that. They don't want to have any part of this in any way. Provided they're, fucking sane. So yeah, I can completely understand him straight up being like, yeah, don't come in. Don't come anywhere near work. I've seen way too many people think it's okay, and then their bosses just come right back at them and are like, no, what are you thinking? Get out. And they're like, well, why can't I work? And it's like, do you clearly know why. You're sick with a disease that kills people. That way. So good on your boss for at least calling around being like, yeah, don't attempt to come in. That's not cool. Fantastic. Looking clean already. I like how it flashes like a black light instead of a motel room. I wonder if this is clean. Nope. Never mind. Gotta purge some more stuff. Oh, she didn't have Rona. Oh. Oh, you meant one of your coworkers. She just didn't want to be there. Oh, okay. Oh, she didn't want to be there, and your manager said that no bother showing up. Okay, now I get it. Well, yeah, I can honestly say I've seen that happen too. Where people play the fuck around and find out if I have a job game and find out they don't have a job. I sense you're someone who used to be wishy-washy, always flittering from one thing to another. Oh my god, it's like you know me. But now you've renewed focus like the 15-degree washer nozzle on a quality pressure washer. You're a weird one. Wait, no way. She had a runny nose, which is explainable due to the fact that there was dust everywhere. Manager wasn't going for that. She's 22. There is no excuse for that. That is just asking for trouble. Ah, some delicious coffee. Yep. You have to know that. You're going to get fired if you pull that shit. Or you're in for a bad time. I could probably change over to medium. There we go. Much better. Tw 22 and already has 2 kids, then you have no excuse. That's pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. To me, at least, that's pretty bad. But then again, maybe something came up with the kids. Maybe she just didn't have time or needed something else going on. I can't really say I know their life inside and out. So it could have just been something came up too many times. I know I've had those people to work with. Some of them actually have an issue, others just don't want to deal with anything. Or they thought the job itself they were getting would be easier than what it is. Or they were sold by the idea of it being something else. There we go. The 5 month was... oh. Well, she should only have to worry about it if she was using that as her main reason, you know? If the other woman was pulling this stuff and it was just like saying that and her only competition was just looking at her like that, that's a bit different, but that's still really bad. Oh, I am crawling on the ground. Good God, I can't go much lower than that. There we go. Yeah, I can understand why she would look like that, though. Because that is just really bad for how that would be. Ready to throw her off the dock. Oh yeah, time is money, and if you're wasting it away like that, honestly, I can understand that. Because it comes down to one of those things, where you can't just waste that time doing it. It's, no, this has to be done. What are you doing? I just didn't feel like showing up. Well, that's going to cost you a job. You can claim unemployment and everything else. Just take care, have fun, good luck on the next job. But you're not working that one. Which, for some people I have known, are willing to put up with terrible coworkers because they like the job. Or they like where they are and want to move to a different place. I am a victim of that. I have done that a lot. Where I have dealt with the worst types of people. Just because I liked the job. And then there have been times where I put too much forward. Wasted far too much around people who just didn't appreciate it. So you kind of have to hedge your bets. Because she might have found she didn't like the job well enough. And decided, you know, I'm just going to find a way to get fired from this job. And move on to the next. So I'm not putting in any more than I have to do it. I mean, it's sad to see, especially with jobs being the way they are, but with how jobs are, it shouldn't be hard to find one. At least I don't think. The main issue I see, even when I've looked, is finding one that's paying a decent wage, so it's a bitch and a half. I would love to be able to just do this, or stream in another country, or move to another country and stream over there, and have all that jazz. Things are getting a little dicey here. Yeah, it's funny. It was supposed to be storming like crazy today. Can you guess what missed us, apparently? The crazy storm. I was all battened down. I was expecting pain. I was expecting thunderstorms like they've been warning about. Can you guess what didn't even come close? That's right, that thunderstorm they were warning us about. All the radar showed it was on the way and then broke apart. I was like, oh thanks. That's lovely. What am I missing? There we go. Gotta get this wheel well. This box probably... Nope. Axle mount is its own thing, huh? Yeah, I'm just gonna find what I can do. I realized as I was that I don't have enough of what I want. Music and other such. So I was looking around trying to find more to add to the stream. I was gonna ask my buddy for some feedback, I just didn't get to. Okay, take that off. Because, like I said, there was a little bit far too much stuff going on where I was trying to do my best with all my streaming, and I'm like, oh, I'm missing something, and I realized I don't have outro music. I have some intro music, but I don't have outro music. I don't have anything. So I was like, well, I need to find something. Well, I feel you need to wash away the sins of malaise. The most unfortunate. I don't know about that. Damn, I'm just checking this wall off the list. But yeah. And I was like, how can I make this better? How can I upgrade more? I was like, alright, so I'll get some music, and then I'll work on finding other music. But first, I'll just get something going. As my buddy suggested, synthwave and stuff like that. And one of the games I have wanted to play, and will play, is Valhalla. Because that is a fun game. And I honestly want to play it, because it is worth playing. Like, I know a lot of people are like, everyone else is playing the game, why are you? It's like, well, it's on my list to get to. It's a chill game. I'll just see what I can do. And the Steam Summer Sale started, so I need to check it out and see if it's on sale. I completely forgot about that being a thing. That's too long. Until I popped in it today and there was an update that took forever to go through, and I was like, oh my god, what am I waiting on here? They're like, Steam Summer Sale, bitches. I'm like, oh, that makes so much sense now. What is that? What is that? Trim. Why can't I get in there? Wait, there's a ladder. And a shit stool. Okay, let me go ahead and pop that right here. Go with none. He holds it in his right hand and I can't get in there. Not fully. Where is it? Tiny, tiny, dirty chunk. This wall trim. Cleanse the world. Pretty much as it feels when I'm getting in this deep. I'm just stripping off molecular layers of this thing. Okay, hitting it. There we go. Yeah, it's been a bit of a week for me. I've just been taking things as I go. Can't really make too much of a change all of a sudden at work. But things have been going pretty decent. I've been happy with how they've been going. A lot of changes will be upcoming for me. So it's going to determine a few things. Not really a few things, but more like how I come home at the end of the day is how I feel. So it might be better in the long run, it might be worse in the long run. It might make no difference. You know, it's kind of like one of those things going on. Essentially, we have a coworker who's having difficulties at work, and he's no longer trusted with some of the responsibilities he had. So my boss wants to give him different ones. Well, the only ones he knows he can confidently use are the responsibilities I do and mess with and deal with. And he's like, well, you could show him how to do stuff from your part, and I think it would be better on everyone if he knew that. And it's like, well, I can show him, but wasn't there an issue previously with him on this same job? And then he was removed from it because of that? And they're like, oh, I don't think so. I'm like, well, alright. Well, if there wasn't an issue and that was just someone bullshitting about things, then that's fine. You know, can't really change people who are saying shit. So we'll just figure it out from there and do what we can. And I was like, you know, I can help teach him, but I don't know how well I can do things, because he's one of those old types of people who, if he doesn't understand it, he's not going to take the time to try and learn it. He's just going to not want to. So it's like, okay, well, if the old-timer doesn't want to do it, old-timer is not going to do it. And that's going to leave us all at a disadvantage outside of myself. So one of the earlier things was, if I took a break, then I took a break. What is this one? Oh. Went and checked my phone, was like, hey, there's something going on. Nope, it's just updates that are like 4 hours old. But yeah, so it's like, okay, he doesn't want to do anything. He's not going to do anything. So I'll try and do my best, and they're like, okay, that's all we can ask. Like, yeah, I know, but it's still annoying that you're asking me to do it. You know, it's like, I'm not holding back the fact that, okay, you're asking me to do this, but you know full well what's going to happen when you do, because we've already covered it. It's too technical. He doesn't want to learn it. Okay, so is it still my problem then, or is it, what do I do? You know, to me, that's the biggest problem, is asking me not just to train someone. I can do training in my sleep. It's asking me to train someone who may not care that they're doing it, and they may no qualms against hiding it. If he refuses because he's been there for, like, since the Stone Age existed. Before the building was there, he lived there. After the building will be gone, he will still be in existence there. He's one of those people, one of those old people. You know? Where it's just like, damn. How did those Brontosaurus burgers taste? So, you know, he's been there for a while, and they don't want to get rid of him. And it's time for retirement. Well, and see, that's the thing, is they've done a lot of trying to avoid any accidental incidents that could be related to that. And it's like, I understand where you're coming from with him. I really do. But it might end up really badly for a lot of the stuff he does. It's like, I know there's history, but there's a limit to how much someone can get away with shit before it's just time to go, yeah, no, we can't do this. I know you're trying to keep him with his job, but if he's not competent or safe to do it, then he can't do it. Which is the issue. If it turns out I'm wrong and he's more than able to do it, then fantastic. But he has to show he's willing and competent, which I haven't seen him do much of. They're saying a bad precedent, and others are like, why do we have to? He didn't. Yeah, we had a guy. Oh. There we go. Now I don't look like I'm breaking my neck every time I turn. We had a guy who did that. So his lesson, or what he would do when he was first starting out in our department, was if someone wasn't working, he would ask, well, what are they doing? Well, they're not working. Well, how come he doesn't have to work? And it all came down to, just worry about yourself. He's doing something else. He doesn't have to worry about this. He's doing something else. And his response was, well, can I do something else? And it was, no, you have to help them out. Well, I wasn't asking you. I was asking him if I could do something else. And the response came back of, no, you have to do what we're doing. It's like, well, if he's not working with us, why do we have to do this? Or why do I have to do this? And our response was immediate, you cannot do this. That's an option you have. But so is removing you from the department. And he was like, well, I'm just, well, if I have to do this, what is he doing? And it's like, don't worry about it. We are doing our own thing. You don't need to know what everyone's doing. We're all a part of the same department. We have different responsibilities. Yeah, but you're sitting at your desk and I'm not. Yeah. The main thing, getting away with learning the job everyone has to, yes. And for us, it was just like, kid, you're a little shithead, and it shows. And I don't know if mommy and daddy just didn't hit your ass enough times to fucking show you that you can't act like a spoiled little kid when you're working at a place that requires attention to detail. Yeah, you can't think that everyone's going to be doing the same thing. Just because we're all a part of the same office, same department, doesn't mean that we're all going to be doing the same thing. Our entire existence is devoted to different things. One guy's good at locks, that doesn't mean the next guy knows anything about the fucking locks. One guy knows how to go ahead and troubleshoot all kinds of other issues. And lo and behold, that's not his job. Well, it is his job, but he's the guy who does it. And everyone's like, well, why isn't he helping? Because he's doing his own shit. Well, he should be helping with the rest of it. No, we need him to do this. That's why he's doing it. We never recalled that we needed someone else to come in and say, hey, have this guy do this. It's no. No one ever said that this guy had to do this. It was never a problem that this guy came in and did this. And it wasn't until, it was brought up that someone felt the need to say, oh, I saw that little roof. Where he would pop up and say, oh, someone's complaining about this. It's like, no, we clearly know that it was your stupid ass complaining. It would have been one thing, hey, when you got him, tell me something. It wasn't that he was expecting anyone else to do his job for him. It was so much that he was trying to figure out why he was the one doing it, and someone else was doing something different. Yeah. So it wasn't that he was told to do something, and the immediate response back from him was, well, what is he doing? He's doing this. Oh, well, how come? Because it has to be done. well, how come I can't do that? Because we want you to do this. Well, yeah, but if he's doing that and he's not with us, then why is he doing that? Isn't that something we should all do? No, he can do this. Well, why though? Why isn't he doing this? It's like, do you not understand that we have different people doing different things? This is one of those different things. Yeah, but he's not helping us. He doesn't have to. If he has free time, he should. It's like, yeah? And I look at them like, okay, so do you want me to take him with me? He just sits there? Or what do we do? And a lot of the others are like, no, there's no reason for that, because he's got to learn that just because you're off doing this shit doesn't mean that he has to join you. And I was like, right. He goes, that's it. He has to understand that we all do different things. There's no reason for him to have to join you or you to join us because you have other things to do. And he did it with like 4 or 5 of us. And a lot of us were just like, okay, kid, you just aren't getting it. He's learned by now, but it was really annoying. But now it's not our problem, it's going to be someone else's problem, because he's moving over to a different department. We honestly knew the type of person he was going to be, and that was pretty much one of those people who jump from job to job. Like, he wants to learn how to do a job, but he wants money and such as well. So for him, it was, I have the super long. Shit sounds like he wants to keep busy and he wants to work. He wants the money for it, but he also wants to do his own thing. So it's like, okay, I understand where most of that's coming from, but maybe it's just the old person in me that's like, okay, I've worked before, I've done this, you can do that, but you have to be careful because you're just going to dig yourself into a massive grave if you don't. Because when it comes to someone asking for experience, it's going to come down to having to tell them, oh, I transferred to another department 6 months in, or I moved to a different department because of this. Like, okay, so you don't actually have that experience that you put down. You have less experience than what you put down in that department. Like, well, no, I worked for that whole department, I did all this stuff, and they're like, but you left. And we can't tell what you've done department-wise, because you've left. Yeah, I've had to deal with job interviews that were like that, and some people were super pissed. It's like, well, what the fuck can I do? It's like, well, you kind of did that to yourself when you fucking left the way you did. Is you couldn't have expected that you should have stayed, or you should have done better, or asked for written information. That was the wash. I'm back on the rumbling business. Okay. Oh, rumbling rushes. See, it's yellow, so you can't actually see the dirt in it. Oh, finally that thing cleared off. But yeah, he's a good kid, but he is just very, very lost on what he wants to do. He's going to school and everything, but it's still one of those things of, if you're jumping around jobs at this rate, just because you want more money to finish things off, you're going to be in for a bad time. Because there's going to come a time, like there is, where you're going to try and use what information you have, and it's not going to be worth anything because you have partial knowledge of a bunch of different areas without actually dedicating time to any of it. I mean, shit, that gets me in trouble. I have a partial knowledge of a lot of stuff. Doesn't mean I can always use it. Doesn't mean it works in a lot of different ways. Just having it doesn't mean that you know how to use it. Which is honestly one of the worst things that you can do, is have information you think is going to be useful. Hold on to it and sell it like it's going to be the best thing you've got, and it turns out it's completely useless. And then you have to learn something new from the ground up and hope that that is exactly what they needed. Lady, you have got to stop touching stuff. Oh yeah, there's the cat. It's out in the middle of the frickin' desert. That's the mayor's cat they're all looking for. But it's like, bud, you're trying to do this in all the wrong ways, and it's gonna come back to haunt you. And you just don't know it yet. But it's gonna happen. So you have to hope that you're doing something right. And we already know he's going to be a career jumper, where he goes from one job to the next, and he takes what he learns and tries to apply it. He'd be one of those guys. Like every 5 years, every 10 years, he's at a new job, trying to climb the ranks. Which, for some, it's what they want. That's odd. They don't want to be tied down by a single job. They want to learn to work at different places. And it's like, okay, that works, but you have to know that some employers are going to look at you and go, I don't know about this guy. He's going to do exactly what he's done at these other places. He's going to work 5-10 years, and then he's going to leave. Regardless of the position he gets into, he's not going to stay very long, unless it's really worth his while to stay. Because we even had managers who were like that, where they were hired in, and their response was to stay, up until they were like, oh yeah, no, I'm 5 years in, I think that's good, I actually got another job offer with the city over here, I'm going to go over there. And it's like, okay. So they go over there and they're like, hey, I noticed you guys had the director position open of the job above mine. That wasn't open when I was still working as an employee there. I was wondering if I could come back and, put in for that job. And a lot of them, I've seen him and a few others straight up told, no, you left. You cannot apply for this position. Or you can apply for this position, you just won't get it. It's like, oh, really? It's like, yeah, because that's not how this works. It's the only reason you know about this is because someone on the inside probably told you about it. Or you're sitting here thinking that because you left, it's fine. And it wasn't. Which, for some, it's the fun part of, like, did you really think that was going to work? 10 years is a good amount of time. 10 years is a good amount of time for some people. Other times, it's not very much. It kind of varies on the job. So it also varies on... Where am I going? How much, what is the term? How much you've gone and learned and how much progress you've made at that job. Because I know some people who have worked a job for 10 years and have not progressed. They're still in the same position they started in. And it's like, okay, so what's up with that? And it's just how it is. They had no way to climb, to improve. Oh, yeah. Or to further themselves. Huh. And it's like, well, what can you do at that point? And for them, it's like, Oh yeah, I haven't even tried to buy stuff. It's like, well, what can out of stock? What can you do? And they're like, well, the only thing we can do is hope we have a job. It's like, okay, but if you can't improve, what's the whole point? And I've known, yeah, like I said, I've known a lot of people who have gone through that. Now, some people, they quickly climb through the ranks, and it's like, cool, good for you. Why is that dirty? You know, they found their opportunities, and they talked to the right people, and they worked with the right people, and they went and climbed. And then I know some people who have had that same opportunity and have never grown. So, you know, it's kind of like one of those incidents. But yeah, I have known people who have been at a company for 10 plus years, never grow, never achieve past what they wanted. I knew one guy who was at a job for, I think, like 20 years, and his entire response was, I don't want to have a better job, or I don't want to progress. And it's like, well, why is that? He goes, because it's more responsibilities that I get put under. Hey, box of crayons, what's up? Sure, what question? Actually, when I left my first job, they never gave me any training and I wasn't being paid enough. I figured out how to separate my Discord audio so it doesn't show up on stream. I have not actually done that yet because I'm never in Discord really long enough to do anything, and I use like if you were in a group party. Oh, if I was in a group party, yeah, that'd probably be a smart thing to learn. I don't have that set up at all. I've actually thought about it, doing it a few times, but I just haven't done it. It's also one of those things of, well, I have to have a group to actually try that. But now that you mention it, that is actually something that's probably smart to do. Why is this wood trimmed? Just like... There's dirt on this wood trim in there. Oh, I pinned myself. Ah, go away. Okay, time to clean up the ass end of this. Exactly, the where do you see yourself in 5 years? That's a trick question. It's completely arbitrary. There's no reason to ask for it except turning it back in on the interview and asking them, where do you see yourself in 5 years in the same company? But yeah, no, Krantz, I'm still gonna, that's actually a good question, because I actually had to link that to about 3 others and tell them, hey, this is how you separate audio in, what is it called? Discord. And I just realized now that I have a stream going. I hope you guys haven't been listening to an echo. But yeah, no, I have to get on top of that. Because that's... No. Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, fucking Mako over here is saving my ass 3 ways to Sunday by listening in, being like, hey, by the way, this is an issue. I never would have known how scuffed my audio was. That, or at least until you guys came. That would have been really weird. Okay. There's a lot of things I want to do with streams, but I'm kind of lacking both in the funds and main idea department. Why is this still dirty? Oh, that was loud. But I suppose that was smart to have it that loud so I can actually hear it. Unless that hurt your guys' ears. Then I'll have to find a way to turn that shit down. Why are you dirty? That wall trim's clean. The side panel? Wait, was I looking at the... Okay, so that wall trim's clean. I was looking at the... Nope. Why is this entry thing dirty? Sounded fine on your end? Okay. It just sounded really loud to me and I wanted to be sure. Again, I have to be sure about this because it's annoying, but I can't test everything from every angle. You know, there's a reason why people do test streams and they're like, okay, how's it sound? And have like 4 different people that are testing it for them. Yeah, I don't have that, so. But it's literally a pain in the ass, that long extension. Yeah, that's how they do that. Is they have like a team or they have a group of people who help them out when they're testing stuff. I don't have that because I don't have a group of people that are running my stuff. I see a lot of people who do that, where it's like, oh, how'd you get so good? Well, you see, I had the really cool stream team. These guys helped me out, and we learned, and I learned this, and we did this. It's like, okay, so you had a dedicated team of professional people, audio engineers and yada yada yada, come in and help your shit. It's like, okay, that's fucking different than, you know, setting it up and doing it yourself. Not that there's anything wrong with that, it's more power to you, because you have the funds to do it. But you just have to know that, hey, not everyone has the means of doing that. Which some people understand, other people don't. But I was about to think you were gonna say you didn't have any friends. I do have friends. I have IRL friends. I don't have many online friends. And my IRL friends are typically too busy, or they're busy doing things, and I don't feel comfortable bothering them with my streamer bullshit. As it were. You guys mind coming to this stream I have as a VTuber? What the fuck is a VTuber? Right. Should I start explaining now or later? Or even better with some of them, just shut the fuck up, get in the room, and tell me how I sound, okay? What is real life? You know, touching grass, not ass. You can touch your own later, but when you're out doing shit. It's a thing people forget they often have to do is, you know, go out and be a member of the fucking public. But yeah, I've had to tell people that before, and a lot of them are surprised when they're like, oh, I have to do this? It's like, I just need feedback. But yeah, no, a lot of my buddies are busy with their own thing. A couple of them, I feel like I need to schedule an event with them. You know, schedule when they're not busy. Because of how busy they are. Because of how busy they are. I feel like at times I just need to see if I can talk to their scheduler, or if I could just schedule time with them, be like, yo, could you go ahead? Hey, I saw that roof. Where's that at? They're like, hey guys, on this day, at this day, on this time, could you come by my stream? Most of my buddies are actually really chill. A lot of them have actually been in stream, and they're really cool about stuff. But yeah. It's just one of those things where it's like, gonna have to figure this one out the old-fashioned way. Pushing buttons and guessing. Okay, that's done. Wait a minute, what? Roof fresco up the front, underside. Okay. Is that dirt? No, that's shitty wood. Okay. I like how I have to check that. Is that dirt or just shitty wood? Roof trim. That's done, that's done. Is this fresco on the roof trim? Okay, and I still haven't maxed it out yet. I hate it when it gets to this point. Because now I'm just like, okay, what's left? Where was that? That was a big thing. Window frame, window shutter, underside? Underside of the trim? No. Where are you? Ah, decorative trim. There we go. Roof frescoes 2, side panel, and a skylight window. How did I fucking miss the skylight? Okay, hang on a minute. Roof frescoes. Those are clean. That's not clean. Fuck you. Okay. One more roof fresca, a skylight, and a skylight window. Or side panel. Oh, it's dirty. Okay. There we go. And then the roof. Roof fresca. Okay. Apparently, I can't stand up on the roof for too long without actually being on the roof. Skylight window. These are all done. Gotta be on this side. I don't know why I just suddenly lost all traction there. Okay, roof fresca. Where the hell is that? Decorative roof. Okay, so there's some on this. That should have been cleaned. Yeah, that's what I thought. This is all clean. Oh my god, I can't miss even a single moment of it. I gotta clean. But yeah. Oh, that's clean. That's clean. Oh, where are you? That roof fresca. I thought I cleaned that already. There we go. Is this the Wishy Washers? I got your details from your friend Harper. Who's helping us with the historic dig? Fancy getting involved. I mean, maybe. Don't care about that. What can I buy, bitches? Okay. Oh no! You've run out of everything to buy. More is there to do. Yeah, I pretty much have all the other stuff I want. Can't get that. I have 1,300. So yeah, I can buy custom outfits. I can buy custom guns. I'm gonna get it detailed. I've taken it to the shop. Oh wow, that is cool. How much is that? 650 bucks. All right, I'm with your friend Harper for the Global Archaeological Association. We are desperate. We desperately need your help. All the recent seismic activity, coupled with the worst storm in living memory, has unearthed the most extraordinary statue I've ever seen. We have no idea who made it or when, but we're hoping that with your help, those questions will start to get answered. Thank you so much, Sonia. Sure, let's go power wash a ancient relic. Let's see what breaks. What is this? Someone in Discord at me? Okay. What is this? Okay. People are adding me. Hang on a minute. What is this about streaming? Oh, they were saying I should do a link tree thing. I was like, what is that? Right, it's that whole all the links together in one thing. Funny thing is, you are destroying this town. The volcanic ash you were cleaning is specialized cleaners stream. You're just rinsing it off. Oh, I am annihilating this town. I am just the worst human being to be done with this. Really? That? Can I reach it from here? I fucking love that I have no depth perception. That thing was all the way across the map. I just said, fuck it. Bring it. Magnetos ain't got nothing on my ass. Look at that. Hey, Wishy, thanks for all the way out with sound. Great to catch up again. Game Theory actually, they did? Can't believe this thing's over 8,000 years old. See, you guys should have had me use soap or something. Instead, I'm washing an 8,000-year-old relic with a power washer. They went to the science in on this? Oh, man. Try and mouse rush this and keep it secret. Yeah, I know there's specialty means of cleaning off volcanic ash. Because of how heinous it is and what it does to people. As well as, honestly, just it in general is really bad for people's health. So, it getting cleaned, I can understand why that's such a huge thing. Like, there are specialty ways you have to go about doing this. And that doesn't involve what I'm doing now. Because this is not the proper way to clean something. This is not how you do it. This is not how you do any of this. But then again, we're living in a world where a guy went hunting for his cat, embezzled funds, and ran away on his own motorboat. And apparently I was too much of a peasant to approach his house, so I had to buy a $500 extension in order to reach his house. And sandstone and limestone, destroying it with the pressure. Yes, they are very porous rocks. People underestimate what the damage is you can actually do to stone by rubbing it too hard, washing it, and all this other stuff. There are proper ways to go about cleaning stuff, but a lot of people either don't care to know it or don't know they need to know it. Which honestly is really sad when it comes to a lot of nice things. Like, oh, I'll just do this, scrub at it. It's like, no. Just use this actual design cleaner for it and you wouldn't have that issue, bud. But no. They obviously know better and they don't want to. Figure I'll scrub what I can in this line. because I'm just gonna have to get on the scaffolding next and get up there. It's a pressure washer and currently damaging on the inside of stone. Oh, I know. I know all about the damage a pressure washer can do to a person, as well as the environment. Oh yeah, these things. When I was kind of joking and saying time to strip the molecular level off of stuff, yeah, I wasn't kidding. A power washer this powerful in the shit that I'm getting off, I am literally stripping off layers of top from it. Molecular layers are being stripped away. They're just gone. I'm etching off layers of material and exposing what it was underneath. You would have to have a professional fixer come in to undo the damage that I am causing to everything, or just trash it, because it's never going to function or look proper again after I've had my hand on it. That's kind of the funny thing about all this, is they've been talking about how they need me to come in and clean shit. And I have been coming in and cleaning shit. But they haven't been talking about how I'm, like, utterly stripping away and destroying it. It's like, yeah, I am doing that. Sorry, but it is. I am literally eating away at whatever it is you want me to eat. Like, there is no oopsie. I can fix this. I am, like now, I am destroying this relic. Guess whoever made the advanced mythology already. The web spine along the back is this sort of reptile deity. Yeah, it could have been. All it takes is a monkey with a stick to destroy something. Sometimes it just takes a jackass with a power washer and $20. Looks like a merman. Yeah, looks like Aquaman on a bad day. He doesn't have pecs, he doesn't have nipples, so he's not a mammal. We can't get that mermilk from him. It may be armor. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Kind of hard to tell. Or maybe they just not want chisel him in. It's not a chick. I don't know. We have Batman. Batman had bat nipples. There was absolutely no reason for them to go that far in that, but they did. They chose to go that far. They chose to go for bat nipples. So in this, they probably could have. Only Batman and Robin. Exactly. Oh dear. Whether I have to climb back up. Actually, I have to agree with you. If we're getting that misogynistic about it, Batman was half man, half bat. If we are getting that far with it, they should have done it for everyone. Just to be fair. Dude, have you seen how far I can jump? I'm clearing like fucking 5-6 foot with a single jump. A running jump puts me like Usain Bolt, just chucked me. I go. Actually, that reminds me. Come on, get down, bastard. How close up can I put this thing? Is that because I'm in the way, though? Can't put that closer. Now, if I put the cleaner on, does it stay on the... It does stay on the extended. Cool. Yeah, we're going to clean him with glass. Stone cleaner. There we go. Can I buy any more? No? Fine, fuck you. Can't make the jump, you're gonna have to toss me. Yes, that whole scene was so wonderfully done. I love it. Clean my neck slabs. Yeah, that doesn't want to get clean, which I can't get. Like, that didn't want to get clean. You know, like, sometimes the soap doesn't do anything. And the instant I change it over to something like even as light as this, it just cleanses it. It's like, that's interesting. I never knew it could do that. And they're like, oh, yep, you know. The more you learn, I'm like, no, this would have been fucking handy to know that I could have just cheated and used this thing to clear a heavy swath and have just saved myself so much time in wiping it down. You know, use soap and then water. Oh my goodness, who would have imagined? He did really well in that whole entire series. I'm surprised that there was... I think they're actually going to continue on with their own story of him and other such. Because, you know, that's what everyone does with the series that makes money, is they go out and do their own shit with it. Oh dear, I thought I fell. I'm surprised there was not a Strider the series. Either the telling of him fucking around before he met the hobbits or after. Because that honestly would be a good story. There could be two, one prior to the movies, one after, where he settles down with Arwen as king. Yeah, that's exactly it. There is a lot that could easily be delved into if they really wanted to. But there's also been some stuff that they've discovered, that actually I've discovered when it came down to the Lord of the Rings stuff, is just how much was actually allowed to be made. With what characters, what content, because it turns out that, I almost called it J.K. Rowling's, Tolkien's whole entire family who runs his estate, who runs what characters are allowed to be contracted out, they're the ones who have been saying, oh, you're allowed to use this character for this character for this. It's why we didn't have the other wizards that are inside of the Lord of the Rings, which I believed were the twins. There was the blue twins. Was it Radagon the Brown? Who was a very late comer. In fact, I think he only came in on the Hobbit remake was because they got permission or because it timed out for him to show up. So he was like free property for them. He was in the Hobbit, but he wasn't in Lord of the Rings. They didn't have permission to use him in Lord of the Rings, even though he was a major part of Lord of the Rings, or he was a character in Lord of the Rings, and that was because they didn't have permission to use him. And apparently estate started pretty much saying, hey, you can't use a lot of these characters, and whoever was in charge of it apparently tried to push the limit a lot, and then lo and behold, when it opened up in The Hobbit, they used whatever characters they could. The next company that's in for a bad time is going to be Disney. It's going to be hilarious. Can you guess why? No, actually, it's because in 2023 or 2024, Winnie the Pooh will be free, pretty much a free service. No, I'm sorry, Winnie the Pooh already went public domain this year. Mickey Mouse will be public domain next year, or within the next few years. Yes, Mickey Mouse is that old. People have forgotten how old Mickey is. Mickey is that old. So, because of Mickey being almost 100 years, if not more, I think it's like 105 years it has to be in existence before it goes into public domain. Yeah. So, Mickey is about to become public domain for everyone to use. For any purpose. You know what I mean? Winnie the Pooh horror, Blood and Honey. I thought that was a joke until someone goes, or until I actually started reading and go, this is because it was common domain. And the immediate time it was in comic domain, someone put that out. I was like, that is stupid funny. That someone had either they made it and just shelved it, or someone had the balls just to make it the instant it was going on. And we're like, this is happening. I was like, oh my god, someone actually just did that. So it's hilarious to me to imagine that. But I'm looking forward to what people do. Because, yeah, Disney has had years to do things, create things, and just make another character to do something to fall back on. And instead, they just have Mickey. And now that Mickey's public domain, it's like, okay, you can't call it Donald Duck Land. You can't call it anything else. It's Mickey Mouse. And you can't go after people because they're choosing to use it. Because Mickey's public domain. You know? Now, you might be able to spin in a different version of Mickey and make that your thing. But that's about the extent of what you could do. The aquatic ape theory. Oh boy. They're more like aquatic elves. That's what we're calling them. They're aquatic elves. You won't win this fight, just to let you know. And, you know, it's just one of those hilarious things of like, good God, no one... You know, they waited no time for that, but, yeah, they're kind of screwed. Kind of like now how they turned, Disney, they took away its special privileges as its own, pretty much, city-state. Its own city upon a city, or city inside of a city. And it's now common stuff. And it wasn't done right. So now they have more than a... wait, what? Nope, it's real. I want to see it. Pooh and Piglet are serial killers. Balls, Balls it was, I'm sure of it. Pretty sure it's real. But one of the things that comes into play with changing it to just pretty much its own theme park as opposed to its own little ruling city is they no longer have the same municipalities that they used to have. And because they changed that and no one thought of it, you know, thought through it, everyone in Florida now has to deal with a whole nother thing and getting a bill of $1 billion that they have to all function to pay. It's like, yeah, that was not done right. That's a bad time happening, guys. No one thought to fix that? No? Okay. Do like how they have the skull broken up into segments, but that's gonna get really annoying to find out which part is messed up. See, like, he can't jump sideways. Alright, bud, time to watch your pits. Your pecs and pits. New game, The Quarry. I have watched a few people play through it. I debated on getting it myself, but money became an issue. So because I didn't have money for it, I didn't get it. But it looked really interesting. And then I was told the number of exits, or endings, and I kind of shit myself a little. Apparently, from what someone had told me, or from what I had read, was that there's like 128 different endings. I haven't Still Blind. I went though. Got it yesterday. Fuck yeah, man. That's great. It is really fun to play. The writing in it is moderately well done. You know, it's obviously one of those types of games, so yeah. They're gonna have their cliches in there and stuff. But yeah, other than from what I was seeing myself, there's a lot of hidden routes, there's a lot of just stuff in it. It's really good because of how well written it is and how much stuff's in it. Like, I wasn't joking with the number of endings. The number of endings all differ on survivors and choices made. Apparently it's a massive tree. And I don't believe there's an achievement for getting all of them. It's just like ending it. So you don't have to worry about playing it 128 times and hoping you get a different one each time. I mean, you can if you want to. Don't let me stop you. It's just, you know, I'm just letting you know. It's a cheesy B-grade horror movie script. You know, actually, you're really close to that. Yeah? Yeah, I saw the trophy list. Oh my god, that's so insane. I know. Yeah. It's... It was kind of like someone sat down in a room. Like, they locked a guy in a room and were like, we need you to devise a character list. Or not a character list, a trophy list for this game. With this many characters. And they're like, you can't leave the room until you have 50. And then you can have lunch. So the guy's like, okay, that's cool. And they're like, okay, so you made 50. Okay, so you can have lunch, but it's soup. And if you want to eat it, you have to you have to design 50 more deaths and trophies in order to get the spoon. It's like, wait, what? Well, actually, no, it's like you've earned the soup, but you have to have 10 more endings to earn the bowl for the soup, and 20 more in order to earn hot soup. It's like, but so what you're giving me is not really soup. It's like, no, we're giving you soup, but it's just a can of soup, and that's it. There's no can opener. There's no nothing else. If you want it, you have to write the exits or the endings or the trophies in order to get it. This is fucking solid bullshit. It really is. It's just sitting there. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? What about that poor guy that's sitting in the room that has to design this shit? Hopefully he's getting something for it. I really hope he did, because yeah, they wanted in it's just so many endings. Like, there are, you know, obviously characters get maimed or they make it out fine. And the entire game's like, yeah, if that happened, that's the chunk of the ending, you have that in. Like, what the shit, yo? Why? Like, well, you have to be sure. And we have to add that in, so that's its own special ending. You didn't move fast enough and Jeremiah just got attacked by a cockroach. So? Well, that cockroach scarred him. I don't know how. Did it pull out a knife? Sure, let's write that in there. So the cockroach pulled out a knife and scarred Jeremy. Okay. Oh, and Amy was there to witness it, so she shit herself. Okay. Right, so that's an ending. You have to mark that down. And if that didn't happen, you have to write that down too. It's like, what the fuck? You know, and the poor guy is just like, what the shit, yo? What am I doing here? Why is this... Is this what I've become? Don't know where you're at, but if it's anywhere near Muckingham, you need to get out right now. Wait, why do I need to get out of Muckingham? Well, Rushless could blow at any minute. I'm just praying I've got time to scoop up Ma and Pa first. Oh! Now that you mention it, that thing has been putting off a lot of smoke lately. I noticed that in the last job I was doing. You know, actually, that reminds me. Did they ever have a Saw video game? It sounds like there'd be a Saw video game, but I don't know. You know, it kind of just struck me that I don't know if they have a Saw video game. Out of all the series, I could see it happening because Hollywood took to Saw really hard for a while there. Like, that's all there was just Saw everywhere. Okay, no, it's a drug trip with a wine-wielding cockroach. Oh my god, they would have that shit. Saw and Saw Flesh and Blood. How do you make games out of Saw? Like, I don't even know what kind of... Is it like murder mystery? Do you play the detective? Or do you play the people in there? You play Detective Tab. Dude, what? You play Tap in the first one, getting out of the game after the first one? Oh my, wait. Oh, okay. Oh, good, the ad stopped. Sorry about that. Yeah, they're just gonna go on as they are. Mostly a puzzle game with some content. Okay, makes sense. I'm sitting here wondering, I was like, how the hell do you do that? I guess after a while they wouldn't be able to make more of those because they keep killing off fucking characters. Because they keep getting different writers in who keep killing off other people and making more. And trying to make more of the plot, question mark, of Saw work after they keep doing it. Okay. Saw 2 flop, that didn't help. Oh, did it? Actually, you know, I'm pretty sure it did. I knew that. I didn't put it together well in my head. Because I've watched, what is it, The Dead Meat? Yeah, I've watched Dead Meat talk about it enough times that I should know the fucking series inside and out. And I only kind of do, because I like having it on for background. Yes, I watch Dead Meat with James A. Janice, and I watch his stuff all the time. So it's become one of those things where Saw Wiki had shown that there's a bunch of design traps that were never used. To be honest, YM Saw review is really good. I've not heard of YMs. I've James A. Janice went through all of them, like the whole series, because he was doing the kill counts. And it was really fun because, you know, obviously you get to see everyone die and find out how many people die in what stupid fucking ways or different ways based on the traps. And I was like, this is really cool. This was actually a lot of fun because, one, it saved me the time of having to watch it. But two, it kind of gave me a better breakdown of stuff going on that I would have missed. Which to me was a better deal. Because I was like, oh, I completely missed that happening. And it was just something, unless you were paying attention, or unless you knew what was going on, you read this other stuff, you would have missed it. And I was like, oh, that's so clear now. Okay, that makes sense. And it's like, oh yeah, the reason you don't know what's going on here is because this was in a DVD extra. It's like, well, no shit, no one knew what was going on. It's because it was in a goddamn DVD extra. Who watches DVD extras? No one. That's why they're DVD extras. You know, that's kind of the worst part about it is, oh, you didn't know about this part? No, I didn't. Well, you should have watched everything about it. It's like, man, that's not the whole point of going, especially if you saw it in the theater. and you're missing parts of it, it's like, that's not fun. Why do I have to wait for the DVD to get the extended edition to know, hey, you're missing information about the story we're trying to tell? Well, why the fuck didn't you tell me what I was missing? Why didn't you go through all of that detail in the show? It's like, well, we didn't have the money to do it. And you somehow found the money to do it afterwards? Ruby. Golden Chainsaw and Dull Machete? Yes, and then he has the, what are they? The golden Pujab sticks? The pointed, the pointed trap death sticks that you see inside the tiger traps. For the best traps. The Cabinet of Dr. Phoebes. I have not. Original Saw. Okay. Old Vincent Price. Good God, Vincent Price? Yeah, no wonder I haven't seen it. Vincent Price. Ooh, boy. I like watching... No, I know that. See, I like watching them too, but it has to say it. And what bugs me is, unless those deleted scenes are said, hey, we have in the DVD extras deleted scenes that actually complete more about it. If they're bloopers, that's so much better because it's so much more fun, you know. But sometimes they count the bloopers as cutouts. It's like, that's not the same thing. Snaps the wearer's neck after a while. Oh, cool. The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari is what I know. I've heard of that one. I've never seen that. A lot of these are really old movies, though, that you're mentioning. Like, really old movies. Hang on, bud. I gotta go clean the gamer gunk out of your crevices. Go. Gotta go walk. Frickin' entrance. Okay. We're already at 98%. Hey, that necklace is still a bit dirty. Okay, cleaned up that shoulder slab and I was aiming for the necklace. Hold on, bud. We'll get all that come off you here soon enough. Phoebes is the one who's Dr. Abominable, the Abominable Dr. Phoebes. Give me money to buy them for him. Sometimes you have to be that sometimes you have to be that person, though. Because I have done it for my dad, and I know I've done it for my mom, too. Well, mainly my dad, when it came to buying stuff. And it's like, well, how do I find this? It's like, you know what? I will just buy it for you. How about that? And then, now that he learned how to use Amazon, he's actually really good at it. He can find his own specials. He can find his old movies on a lot of different series. So that was the nice thing, is that he learned how to use it properly. Because there are so many old videos and old movies he wanted to watch, and it's just like, where else are you going to get it? Well, they have it here, and he goes, what was it, Columbo. They had fucking Columbo, and he was just like, oh my god, I haven't seen Columbo in years. It's like, well, they got it. Then they had, I think they had Wolf, Dr. Nero, or not Dr. Nero Wolf on there. And then he just found his old classic movies he used to love watching, or TV shows that existed when he was a kid. And, you know, obviously they don't exist now. They're not shown on television. It was like, oh, but they exist here. It's like, that's impressive. Who would have ever heard of this lost video thing? Oh shit, ear slab, face slab, helmet slab. Oh, I already got the whole body. Hang on, bud, we gotta get it to come out of your ears. There is it, there it is. Probably have to go all the way on the top of your head. My guy just throws himself up to the very top. I love it. Squeaky ass. Oh shit. There we go. Base slab and 2 more helmet slabs, huh? Face slab. Love it. You're chunky. Oh, whoa. Hello. Alright, now I gotta figure out what face slab. Neck, neck, face. Hang on, hang on. Oh, oh, there we go. Alright, there's your neck, face, 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 face. I'm gonna have to pinpoint this thing. Okay. Nope. Nope. Oh, that one. One right behind your ear. Right in that cheek. There we go. The fuck is going on? Please help me. I've done something terrible now. My beloved stunt plane is egg-bound. I think I'm either helping with the explosion of the volcano or I've done something to prevent it. My good deed for you, idiots. Oh, that's kind of cool, though. See, it doesn't show the scaffolding. So it looks like I'm just flying there at the end of it. We are in awe. We are taken back by the statue itself, let alone that beam of light that had fired at the volcano. So much to discover about these people, like who on earth were they? All looks pretty fishy-wishy. Continue. That's a dirty... Oh, that's a stunt plane, too. That's not just a normal plane. My mom always told me to never trust a man with a unique mustache, so why'd I ever accept a job from an absolute unit with a top lip like an angry beaver? Truth is, my stunt work has dropped off, and I take work where I can. We were doing some kind of revenge mission egg drop on this temple. Out of nowhere, the whole thing went terribly wrong. To be fair, it would have been fine had the client not insisted that we dive so low that he could get the last shot in himself, and we overtook all the eggs on the way down. Multiple embryonic bird strikes to the engine later, and it's a miracle we made it down safely at his airport, I'll bet with egg on our face. These fuckers were trying to egg that temple I cleaned. Top lip like an angry beaver, you looking at the right lips? I have an idea of how they looked. Oh, okay, so that was weird. Oh, was he on the... Was he on it? Oh, well, that's clean. How is this dirty? I can see through it. Okay. Oh, no, that's on this side. I was thinking I had to go inside. You know? But it's not getting clean no matter what, so... I don't know. Guess I'll hit it with soap. It's metal. I completely missed what he was saying. Have they? Hey, they have stuff I watched as a kid. No, yeah, no. It surprises me what they've got rights for. Nice to meet you for the very first time ever, Timmy Timerson the first. I understand you'll be working at my private airport. Oh, this is your private airport? Oh, so were you the fucker who had that experimental plane? I will be relying on you to show the utmost discretion. I don't know about that, but you gotta pay me extra for that. Otherwise, rumors start. Don't you know? That is literally how they start. Don't pay enough. I'll watch that when I get to the top. Though, it's... These days you have Netflix and shit who are trying to shove their own stuff around. To give you an example, only yesterday we had a private jet fly in. Oh, he's gonna brag about shit, isn't he? Metal, multi-purpose. But who knows what was in the briefcase they were carrying? Tell you nothing, it wasn't stationary. Yes, I'm sure. I'm sure all the important people in this city come here. Here's a question. Are they more interested in coming onto your property to use it, or are they more interested in you? Only wrong answers. There we go. Look at that polish. Cleanliness, that's the name of the game. It's going through bushels and bushels of clean. Cool. That one's clean. That one's clean. So I do need to go back. I probably won't ever watch the Saws, but it was good to know that they actually made games out of it. I was surprised by that, honestly. It seemed like a series they could easily make, you know, shit from. I just never heard of anyone actually talking about the games. You know, it's kind of like one of those things of, I don't know if they do or don't, but it seems kind of weird if they didn't. So they did make them. I don't know if anyone actually played them. It was very educational, watching the whole thing about them, because I learned so much. Came out 20 years ago. They probably did They probably did. I have had far too many times where I think it's been relatively recent for our game, only to find out it's been about 20 years. I'm like, there's no way. And they're like, yep, yep. You're just old. I've had that happen a few times where I'm just like, okay. You know, I sit here thinking, oh, I'm a dumbass for not thinking that through. And everyone's else like, no, it's because it's that old. I'm like, no, it can't be that old. It can't be like that, or I guess it's exactly why. It's because it's old. Kind of like you motherfuckers, make me feel old. No. Work. Many a times I have been at work, and they have made me feel old because they don't realize stuff's going on. And then I have to report back, like, oh yeah, this is when they changed. They're like, oh, that was 30 years ago. I'm like, oh shit. They're like, oh shit. We're old. It's like, you're old, try me. It's like, I know that doesn't equate to your level of old, but still. That's still kind of fucked up. For some people, they're like, yeah, damn. Okay, that is glass. No, oh, that's glass. Okay, and polish that off. Much better. Alright, so that is that. That is metal. These are multi-purpose. Time to go ahead and just power wash the shit out of it. See, I've even thought of doing like movie day. Only I realized that there's not very many movies that are decent to just go out and watch. It's kind of like a person's own preference. So it becomes kind of a pain in the ass to be like, oh, we're gonna watch this, and everyone's like, oh god, that sucks. I really can't say much because I am that person who's like, I watch a few movies, and I know people think immediately like, how did you find out about this piece of shit? It's because it fell within my genre of stuff I like. And I chose to sit down and watch it, and it was good. And I liked it. Like, there was, what was it called? There was one called Infinity that I loved to watch. There was there was Horizon Dawn. Or In the Middle of the Horizon. That's a good anime. I like that anime. But no, there was another one that was, shit. Oh, there was Pandorum. I think that's the one I'm thinking of, Pandorum. There's Infinity, Pandorum, there was, Horizon Zero Dawn, or not Horizon Zero Dawn. That was a good movie. I think they're actually gonna make, or that was a good game. I think they are going to make a rear wheel support in upper area. I think they are going to make a series from it. Not like a anime series or anything else, but I think it's either supposed to be a companion with it or its own thing. If I watch movies, it's at home, so I don't have to deal with other people. Yeah, that's honestly the best part. Sweet Mercy or Marvel. I've just been asked if I'm free to do a Bell tail slide of the new Mint Spies Christmas movie, and I can. It's all thanks to you. Continue. What? Is that everything? That is everything. Oh, I hit completed. Oh no. What? Oh, they didn't update it? That's all? Oh. But there's still stuff to do. What the fuck? Well, you know what it's time for. Oh, challenge mode. Specials. Oh yeah. We'll clean the Mars rover. I've honestly debated on doing things like that where it is just cleaning, not cleaning. Shit, fuck. Oh, that's cool. It is the Mars rover. It's the new Mars rover with the drone. Oh, that's cool. Watching all that Mars shit off. Exactly how we're going to refer to it in 5 years, 20 years, whatever it is, takes us to get there. That Mars dirt shit. But it'll be, I've debated on watching, oh, without a lisp here, on watching movies before, using, since you can have the shared Amazon thing, the, what is it, watch along? Just doing that, I figure it would be fun. But it kind of depends. I know some people don't want to just sit around, they actually want to watch games getting played. Or like today, where it's just a chill out day. Some people like the chill out days, other people don't. They want to watch their games, they want to watch stuff. I'm like, okay, cool. I need to find more games that are actually interesting to play. Because I've lost my own interest on playing a lot of games. Sad to say as it is I had a lot of interesting stuff going on with a lot of games, and then I was just like, okay, I'll come back to these. And when I did, I was like, oh, these are no longer interesting. Like, okay, well, what can I do now? And it literally comes down to one of those. It takes the time it takes, and I'm like, okay, that's not good enough. I want to play a different game that I actually like to play. And so I've been digging around and looking for new games and such. Oh, I just realized the alien footprints. Yeah, that's not mine. What is that? Really? This little guy's green. Mystery hatch. Might have to restart and try to get the spark back. There is that. Well, there's a few games that have left me feeling like that. So it really left me going, okay, I want to find some of those good games again. It's why I went back and played Portal. It's because I loved playing Portal. That was like fucking great. I played Portal 1. No, Portal 2 is what I just played the other day. And that was a surprise to me that I waited that long to go back and play Portal of all things. Because it was like, I remember playing it. I thought it was just something I had done more of. And it was just like, oh no, it's been years since you played it. It's like, good God, I don't even remember how to do half this. It was a lot longer game than I remember. But apparently it wasn't, because we got it through in like two sessions. So at most, it was like 6 hours long. It's like, I remember this being a lot longer. And then I was reminded of the Orange Box specials back when everything began Steam. When everything was starting out Steam and how it was. And that really surprised me, was just how it was. I was like, oh my god, I remember this as a standard thing. And it was like, this wasn't standard. This was the start. I'm like, oh my god. So you have to be joking me. We're at that standard point? We're at that? No. No. There's something wrong here. It's like, no, it's just how it was. I just remember it how it used to be. Unlike, I don't remember if, I know for a fact, I thought of it when I was talking to someone. They were asking me, oh, what exit, or what ending did you get in Hollow Knight? And I had to remember, I never actually got an ending in Hollow Knight, because I never actually finished playing Hollow Knight. I got to a certain point and I couldn't get to one of the bosses. So I ended up quitting playing Hollow Knight, and I never progressed past it. And then I found out just how fucking depressing Hollow Knight actually turned out to be, and I was like, oh god. I'm not sure if I want to do that. And I'm still grinding my gears and trying to play through, okay. Grinding my gears and trying to play through Ori in the Will of the Wisps. Now, we made a lot of progress in that game, a lot more than I was suddenly expecting to be able to get through. But I was glad to see that we finally made progress in the game. So, it's just grinding through the last bits of it, and I'm like, alright, well, if that's what it takes, it's what it takes. It's just gonna be a pain in the ass to get to it. But once we do, it'll be nice to actually have that. I'll just have to find a different game. Like, I'm still looking at the Nonary games. I still want to play that. I'm going to play that. I just have to find a time for it. There's going to be a lot of reading in that game. And I'm just going to have to get used to that. Hazard camera, all 6 tires, and the wheel hubs. You the hazard camera, you the main camera, drill, rock analyzer. Tire and wheel hub. Well, I'm pretty sure they've all dinged except this one. Clamp, tire, wheel. Oh no, it has to be one of these ones. Okay, so it wasn't any of those ones. So wheel hub, so that's inside the tire. Oh, it is that middle one. However I can get in there to wash that out. Shit. Alright, hazard camera. Are you the hazard camera? Your mast camera. Your antenna. You the hazard. No, you're an antenna. How many antenna do you need? Where are you? Ka. That was 25 cents to clean that. Oh my god. That works. So I've thought about that. The other thing I've debated on was, oh, cool. There's more. Oh, at least I'm at the orange. Doing Amnesia, playing through those ones. I only went through Amnesia 1, maybe? I don't remember. Maybe it was 1. I'm trying to remember. I think I might have played Amnesia 1. I hope I beat it. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I did. It wasn't too hard, if I remember right. See, that's the hard part, is trying to remember, did I or didn't I? And then being like, alright, well, I'll take it from there. And sometimes I've been really right about it. I haven't finished it, or I did finish it. And I think this is one of those ones I did finish. But at the same time, it's like I really don't remember all that there was to it. So like maybe I should replay it. There's a lot of games I don't remember if I've finished playing or if I've played yet. But then again, there's a lot of games I still want to be able to play. It's just going to take me a bit to do it. Such as the new Dead Space coming out, the Calypso Protocol, going to play that. But those are all late in the year, and obviously we're only halfway through the year, so I got to find something else to play. So I have to figure that out. And then I have to decide what I want to do for, if I want to do a VTuber model, or if I want to do other stuff. I have some in the works. I have to finish paying for them and then finding a rigger and making everything work, which is the hardest part for that, and trying not to let my jealousy and angst and other mental issues get in the way of getting things done. That and depression and other such. It's been a pain in the ass. But I see some people with their models and like, oh shit. Oh, you got that fast? Oh. Yeah, I couldn't stop until I got this, this select person. It's like, oh, that select person costs how much to have done? Like, oh. Yeah. Must be nice to have that much kind of free cash. But I can't let myself think of that, because that's not how it goes for everyone. And everyone else is a prime example. We all have different circumstances, and can't let that cloud your judgment on things. I don't know why I hit tab on that one. I'm just trying to get it all cleaned off first, and then look at it with a deeper color, or then with an actual cleaner. I want to clean off some of the red. Ew. Furry levels of income? Pretty much. And there are times it really leaves me thinking that a lot of these VTubers they obviously know some furry who's willing to help them in becoming a VTuber. It's like, how the fuck are your pockets that deep that you can afford that? Because good God. And then I see like the Hololive characters, and it's like, okay. And then I see other people that are just like, yeah, so I decided I'd spring for this 3D motion capture device, this thing, and this thing. And then they go ahead and be like, yeah, I also added in this thing. It's like 1200K, but I can afford it. It's like, what the fuck? What kind of drugs are you selling on the side to be able to say that you can afford that? It's like, how is that possible? That's a hell of a fucking, thing to put in. I couldn't imagine that. It's like a house. And then some people are just like, oh yeah, it's fine. Like, what the hell? But, it's a grind for me, which is unfortunate, but for some others, it's the same way. I'm also very unyielding when it comes to ideas and things. Because I see a lot of people who just, they have their ideas of what they want to do. And they're like, oh, why don't you join, like one of the talk shows? and do that with them. And my main response has been, no, because they want to do, or they want to not have certain things or people in them. We're like, oh, you like this content? Yeah, no. You have to say that you don't like it. I'm like, that's not gonna fly. I'm not the type to do that. But then there are some who are, hey, don't use my emotes in other people's chats. Don't use this in other people's chats. Don't use my stuff outside of, where I want it. And part of me is like, why is that not coming clean? And it's like, I can understand for some of that, but that's not something you can enforce unless you have someone actually watching me. Unless you actually go out of your way to watch what I'm doing, and you know that. But there are people who, in those interviews, groups, that they're like, you have to know, you can't have certain people follow you. You can't like this certain content to be on here. And it's like, that's not gonna fly, because you don't get to tell me that I can or can't like this, or can or can't do this if I want to be a part of it. That's not how that works. You can try to say, hey, this guy's looking a little troublesome. We won't have him on our thing. That's more than welcome. That is full on, you are in control of your own shit. But you can't say, hey, we don't want this here, or these types of people. Because that's bad for our public image to have anyone who mentions that. It's like, no, you're gonna have those types of people. The difference is when you're trying to control my thoughts and feelings on a project or on a topic and say, no, you can't talk about that here. Okay, so if someone has the wrong information about it, I can't correct them, and it's like, that's right. So it's like, okay, so I'm better off having your Discord on mute unless I can directly only contribute to your show. There's no other point in being in here except when it comes to joining your show. And for some of them, that's how it is. There is just no person, no reason to be in their Discord other than that one. And it's like, that is just sad to me. And I don't want to have to do that. I don't want to join a Discord or whatever else they require, mainly a Discord, just to be told, yeah, you can't talk about that here, even if someone else is talking about it that's higher up than you and they have wrong information. You can't talk about it. It's like, yeah, that's not gonna work. That's really not gonna work. It hardly works in some of the other servers I'm in that I moderate where people can do that. I have been in some where that's happened, and my response has been, okay, no, that's wrong. Well, either way, we don't need to know about it. I'm like, okay. I won't go into detail on it. That's your problem. And then other people have, immediately cropped up with, yeah, no, you've got the wrong information. This is what's happening. It's like, I could have told you half an hour back and saved you 5 times the embarrassment, but I decided not to. Because I felt you deserved it. Some people are really chill about it. Other people just freak the fuck out. I'm like, well, that's what you get. But for the shows and such, it comes down to those. I see a lot of people who are on these shows, and it's just because it's an open invitation to them. It's just depending on what ones you go on, also depends on the people that visit. So part of me wants to go on one, just because I know I would have people visit. Come to the stream, see what's going on, see what I'm all about, kind of help grow that way. But then again, I'm also very much part of I don't want artificial people to fill up my numbers. Yeah, that's going to happen no matter what, but at the same time, I don't need people who don't want to be here following and then bitching about stuff. You know? Where it comes down to the type of growth I want is natural. I don't want it to be fluffed up full of crap. I don't need people who don't want to follow. And I can curate, you know, followers and such. I don't have to worry about the whole parasocial relationship of, yeah, so we're buds, we're best friends. It's no, and everyone knows it. You know, I can quickly nip that in the bud and keep it from presenting itself in such a way that it becomes an issue. Yep, see, exactly like that. And for some of those I see, that's exactly how it would be. Where they would ban you, exactly like you said. You got banned from a server due to having a personal opinion that contradicted the server owners and not bowing down to it. Yep. And it's just like, well, why is yours different? Because I'm my own person. I have experiences in this, you don't. You don't like this. You don't have to like this. This is what I do. This is what I like. This does nothing to anyone. It's what you choose as a person. Well, we don't like that here. Cool, but I don't talk about it here for that reason. Or I know that, so I'm not dealing with it. You know, it's saying stuff like that, and then having people who are like, well, you have that different opinion, and I don't like that around me. Everyone around me has to have the same think. So you can just go ahead and leave. Or like happened to you, you just got banned. Like, that's, to me, that's immature. There are some people who just should be gone. And there are people who are just chill, just trying to figure stuff out. So that's what bothers me, is when I see that shit. Because I see a lot of it. But yeah, a majority of it is mainly due to... I want to make sure that I'm curating my streams based on people who actually want to see what I do. Now, once I get a better model and I can actually show my face and people are happy with that and I'm happy with that, then yeah, I'll be having a lot more fun with more people. And that's, you know, that's what I want. But if it's all about, oh yeah, you joined this talk show. Yeah. Well, when you joined this talk show, a bunch of people followed you. Okay, well, they didn't know what, you know, you were about, or that you were that boring, or that you knew these artists. Like, okay, so how is that an issue? Well, we don't like these artists. Well, okay, so how the fuck is that my problem? And yeah, I've seen a lot of that guilt by association. Oh yeah? Got kicked from the server? Wait, you got kicked and blocked on Twitter and banned from his Patreon. Good God. I called Ruby Books a train wreck. They are a train wreck. Actually, only like two of them were actually any decent. The rest were horrible. Yeah, that sounds pretty immature, because all that is a different opinion on a medium. This book sucks. Okay, that's fantastic. You hate it. Why do you hate it? And there have been times where people have just been having fun shitting on a bunch of characters I like. And I have had to come in as a mod and go, hey guys, yeah, I understand freedom and all that shit. And you guys are just having fun talking about, you know, your stream, or not stream, your opinions on these characters and how you hate them so much. But let's try and not dwell on this anymore. Okay. And it's quickly changed. And it's like, yeah, because it should be. No one has to deal with this shit. No one should be dealing with it. There's no reason to drag it out and make it fucking horrible thing that no one wants to be a part of. It's, okay, yeah, your opinion is different. That's cool. Glad to hear it. Finish it up. Okay. So let's try not to get ourselves in trouble. Okay? And, you know, you can have that type of argument about that shit without actually getting in trouble. And I've had, like I said, to deal with that on both ways, where people just couldn't get that hint of maybe I should leave this topic. It became people just incessantly complaining about stuff, and it's like, you don't have to like this. That's fine. You can dislike this. That's fully up to you. But you have to understand that some people can like what they like. And if you don't like it, that becomes your problem. Oh my goodness, I have hardly made a dent in this. Oh, I could have cleansed it all. I could really got to use the 15. Wait. Didn't even go further than that. Someone asked if Mazadong was still alive or dead. Says depends on if you think the train wreck set of the Ruby books are canon or not. And he banned you for that. Damn. Alright, well. Someone's a little bit insecure. That's hardly ban worthy. That's hardly touch on the topic worthy. That's like, yeah. That's not even an insulting way to put it. Like that could be referenced so much worse than just that, because of exactly that. The books were some of the books were good, others not so much. So yeah, it comes to show what you're willing to put up with, but that's a bit weird. But you know what? Fuck it. Some people don't like their shit being touched. They don't like the references or ideas they have being jeopardized. This is the concept I have for this series, and it should stay that way. And it's like, okay, but that's not how it goes. It's because of this. Well, that's not what they're asking. Being a dick for dick's sake, having a personal opinion wasn't trashing anyone. Wait. Right, yeah. And he still he probably said that still doesn't excuse saying what you said. And then he probably either asked you to apologize or he just removed you. Yeah, I can't really stand when people act like that. I mean, it's bad enough when stuff goes on in the servers that I manage in, and it's gotten to the point where I'm not even really a lead mod anymore in them. I'm more of taking a backseat because of it. Because a lot of people are like, well, we have these opinions, and they differ too much. And sometimes, yeah, it's very clear the server owner takes sides. But there are times where it's too difficult to be able to curb people without being considered aggressive or power tripping, and it's like, well, then there's nothing that can be done. It is what it is. And then there are stuff where that happens. It's like, how is that fair? You know, it's like that's not fair at all, because that's just my opinion of something. Like, well, I'm sorry you have that opinion, but we're gonna have to go ahead and just get rid of you. Wouldn't want you around the, watering hole. Sorry. Clean. I don't know what the deal with the nomads are. I was done with his ass. Well, it sounds like he was done with yours. It sounds like he was done with just a lot of shit, and you just happen to be the one who's on the receiving end of it. Which sucks being that person, especially if you've really not done anything to deserve that. Pretty much, it's just like, oh, okay. I didn't realize we were playing by those rules. And it's like, well, it's their rules. So I can understand that. It's also just one of those things where I see a lot of things going on. I just observe. I don't tend to get involved with a lot of stuff so much as I tend to just observe and be sure. Because there's one thing I don't like to do, and that's get involved in drama without undue cause. If I'm trying to help and it's for a good reason, then yeah. If it's just because someone has decided to be a complete asshole, and I'm trying to help, that's a completely different matter. Because I've had to deal with that too. And it's just like, well, I'm not sure what you were expecting, but expecting things not to get bad, that's never a thing. Like even now, so the new season of RWBY has yet to start, and we now have RWBY IQ starting. And a lot of people have just started shitting on it, and I've had to step in and go, hey, it is just starting. The whole entire thing was to sum up everything that was going on in season 1, 2, and 3 as soon as it could, as well as it could, and then go from there. It was never meant to replace the actual story. In fact, it encourages you to go back and watch RWBY, the main series, so that you understand just what exactly is going on, who are the characters, and more in depth. And I am just seeing people freak out over that. I am seeing the mentally unstable fans of the show immediately latch on to characters going, look how they've rewritten them. Look at how they've changed them for the better. Look at how they've done this. And for a lot of people, it's like, they haven't changed them. They really haven't. Oh, I'm so glad this company had no part of it. It's like, but they did. This wasn't an independent, fully independent project. There was back and forth, and it shows. So you can't just say that and think, oh yeah, this is true. It's very wrong to assume that it is. I pick that up and throw it away. Apparently he had a neuron and he banned and blocked from the warning. They aren't, because that's already over. See, that's the thing that people immediately jumped on, is people did not understand that this is not remaking RWBY. This is not a remake of anything RWBY. This is its own independent series that is going on. It has RWBY in it. It is about RWBY. And it is its own story. Arcos is a thing, but it's not a major part of it, because it was never about that. There's no more teasing about anything relationship-wise. There's no trying to demand attention. It was just, okay, these are the characters, these are your heroes, your protagonists. Here's the plot, and here's what we're trying to get across. And that's it. And for some, like me, that's the perfect way to do it. It's because they put it, all the expectations, right and clear as they can, right in front of you. This is what this series is about. This is what this is going to be about. There is no guesswork. There is no, well, if it's about this, and it's, no. This doesn't exist. Or this does exist only in the actual series. So if you like this, go watch the main series. Oh, you don't like this? Too fucking bad, because this thing's only 12 episodes long. So yeah, it is one of those things that comes around. And it does bother me, looking at it now, that people still don't get it. This isn't a series remake. This is its own thing, as they've said. It pissed me off how they called it a story adjacent thing when it's clearly just its own entity. It's another timeline within RWBY. Fuck it, why not? Or it could be a main part. Hell, this could be like the Jason series. What was it? Friday the 13th. Where you have fucking 30 different Jasons, 30 different timelines. Are they related? Aren't they related? No, yes, no, yes, no, yes. Who knows? And what it comes down to is, technically, all of those exist within a reality that could be going on. It's like, that's a cop-out, but that's how you do it. That's how you make everyone happy about what's happening. Is, it might be true, it might not be true, but you don't address it, you just let it go. And the big problem with this, to me, was that they tried to address it like it was a normal thing. And it was, you don't. Just make a new one, call it RWBY IQ, and you move on. If someone asks where it plays in the plot, it's just, hey, it might be a thing, it might not be. Right now, it's just it's a different series of RWBY. Or it's an alternate, honestly, you could have just said it was an alternate timeline in RWBY. Because, straight the fuck up, this was made by, what? Gen Urobuchi? The guys from Fate. So yeah, Fate kind of knows a thing or two about fucking with realities. Yeah, so this is Route 1. Oh, that's a nice route. What's Route 2? You have to have your balls eaten by these worms. Why? Route 2. But route, yeah, route, yeah, the next one's worse. Why? You know, it's shit like that, where this is Route 2 RWBY. Well, how do we get to Route 1? Well, you're on Route 1. What's Route 2? RWBY dies. Oh shit. You know. What's Route 4? Yang dies. Okay. So why are there different routes? I don't know. Why do you have different parents? Don't hesitate to throw someone on the bus for that shit. You know, it's straight up because there are a dozen different ways you could have phrased this series. You didn't have to go with it's canon adjacent and made some stupid ass word up for it. But you could have called it whatever you wanted, and it would have worked. The problem is with that, when people kind of lost their shit at the series, and it's still ongoing. It's like, just chill out, take a seat back, and let it finish before you actually sit there and devise an actual feeling you have for it. Just let it run. Watch it, watch the whole way through, and then come back with your feedback. That and Blue Blaze, yes. Or no, not even Street Fighter. Street Fighter has canonical shit going on. It really does boil down to those. It's you have people who know how to write that. I almost called him Yoko Ono. What is it? Shit, I forgot his full name, but Yoko from Fate. His entire thing was multiple timelines, multiple things going on. It's different stuff happening. That's like, it's all a part of the same world. It's all a part of what's happening now. And some people are like, that's stupid. This should be this. And it's like, this is what's happening. Or Kingdom Hearts. That shit happens all the time when you see that game series. And if you have someone who's like, well, I'm trying to make a movie of this, and I'm trying to figure out what it is I'm doing. Like, where does this character fall within the plot? And it's like, what version are you looking at? Mortal Kombat. Kind of Mortal Kombat, but I think Kingdom Hearts is the best example. Because you have so many retellings of it, through different ways, different styles of game, that Yoko Ono, that it comes down to, you know, it comes down to what are you watching? What medium is this being told through? What story? Because unless RT completely fails, they still have Arrowfell, which is its own game, which takes place in the RWBY universe under different named characters. And that might be a after RWBY's over, that when they release it. Because maybe that takes place after RWBY. Maybe it takes place during RWBY. Maybe it takes place before RWBY, and we can't have any more spoilers that ruin the canon or change the canon of RWBY itself before it's over. You know? So it's one of those things where there's different ways of looking at how the time scale works within some games. This is just another one of those incidents. And some people just absolutely lose their shit at thinking of it. And it's like, you can't think of it that way. Doctor Who, yep, there you go. Shiro Emiya, Kiritsugu the Vampire, yep. All of that goes on within Fate is a prime example of it. Or when you have a VTuber that goes ahead and remakes their entire character and everything else and has a fucking lore drop video. It's like, I thought you were just this person. Since when did you make it all weird? You know? Lori and super Whammadime and super sad and epic, and it's like, I thought you were just some jackass who just played video games. Well, you see, I wanted to grow past being a jackass. I wanted to be the ultimate jackass. Here's my sad story on why I'm such a jackass. Okay, but did anyone care that you were a jackass before? You know, it's shit like that, which is hilarious to think about. Some people put a lot of thought into that and don't ever get it off the ground. Some people don't, and they just hire other people to do it for them. To me, it was just fucking hilarious that, it's still a thing that people have an issue with. But yeah, with that whole story where everyone is just like, yeah, that's stupid. Okay, well, the outside of the pool's done. Pond. Outside of the pond. Sliders was the best example? Huh. I have no idea what Sliders is. I've never seen that. Nope. There we go. I like how I'm wiping this down and it's not really doing shit. It's just taking off some of this surface color. It's like, oh, okay. Pre-roll ads are on, run an ad break to disable them. Okay. I'll get right on that. Thank you, Twitch. Yeah, somewhere in my level of I don't give a fuck. No, I've never heard of that series. I'll have to give that a look up. But yeah, there's a bunch of series that handle it right. And the books did not handle it right because they expanded on characters we had nothing to really do anything about or have anything with. Okay, so that sounds fine. You know, that sounds standard. You know, good series idea. Kind of good for a kid, I guess. Every episode they got pulled to some shit-based universe they were trapped in. Okay, sounds good so far. Actually, sounds like a lot of fun. You're gonna learn a lot of stuff about it, so I can see how that runs. Do I have any like short extension? Cool. So yeah, I can see that. Makes sense. Oh, these are all broken into chunks. Okay. You know, to me that actually sounds like a really, really cool series. Because it would probably teach you a lot about what's going on in different ways. As opposed to shows these days. The mindless drivel that they put out. It kind of sucks that shows went from trying to teach you a lesson about things to just things you put in front of your kids that make them stupider. I think that's the worst thing about how shows have turned into these days. They went from teaching a lesson to removing lessons. One episode I vividly remember was that they were pulled into a universe where an asteroid was going to collide with the planet before the portal would appear, and they had to make a bomb to destroy it. That actually sounds really fucking cool. But that also goes on to kind of bring about a little bit of a disturbing idea of if they fail, they will still survive. But that universe, the people in it, are all going to die. That would be a heavy lesson to learn. Or what was it? Yeah, it was Star Trek, where Captain Picard was saying, you can still do everything right and still lose. And I think there was more to it than that, context-wise and other such. But to me, that really spoke because that was what you would expect. You could do everything right and still lose, because life's not a game. You know, that's what that sounds like. But I probably wouldn't show that in a kid thing. There's some industrial scaling in on this thing. Like, man, no one has cleaned this thing forever. You guys just let this, like, get to this level. Now what I'm doing here, yeah, this needs to be scrubbed clean. It just needs to be cleansed. This big test where you were supposed to be in the losing and scenario of Starfleet, you couldn't win it. See, there are fights like that still exist in some of these games, but then a lot of them are like, well, if you win, you get the special items, and it's like, okay, but that's still not fair because in some of these fights where you should lose them, there shouldn't be any special item if you win. It should be, yeah, you were meant to lose that. You winning doesn't change shit. It's why the cutscene was still the same. You were never expected to win. The fact that you ground for 13 hours or 38 hours fighting this boss in order to do that, congratulations, you just wasted time in life. You don't get anything, any achievement for it, anything special, and you shouldn't have expected anything special. I see a lot of people doing that with well, they did it with Dark Souls, and they're doing it with Elden Ring. Oh, that cleaned it all. And it's like, okay, but that was never a thing that was supposed to go on. That was the whole point. This was never supposed to be accomplished, and you doing it didn't show or do anything. You haven't achieved anything. You were just doing it to do it, and you shouldn't have expected that you were going to get a reward for it. So it's like, congratulations. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I got really tired of seeing that shit. Like, repeatedly. Because, again, so many people want that whole, I did good, I did good. It's like, you just played the game. There was nothing special about what you did. You know, this is what you were supposed to do. You were supposed to lose. During scenario was the Klingons. Basically, if you retreated, the survivors on the stall ship would die. If you fought to protect them in the war, the Klingons would resume. Right, but you would die as well. I mean, I think that also ties in with like Ender's Game style stuff. They had to make it clear that they were only able to lie for so long before the truth was found out, and when the truth was found out, it wasn't anything good. They're like, well, we tried to save you from this. And it's like, no, you should have told them from the start what was going on. Because then they could have taken that into consideration with their decisions. And instead, it was taken from them. So when they thought that it was a game, and they find out, no, this technically isn't a game. It's real life. This is what's going on. Like, that's a massive punch in the nuts to anyone. Yeah, you aren't supposed to be able to win because of this. Well, technically, it's not a game because of this. Well, fucking, why wasn't I told that at the start? Well, bullshit reason. It's like, no, that doesn't work. You have to come clean about stuff. You have to make it upfront. Very, you know, you have to be upfront about it. And I've talked to a good number of people who have had issues with trying to figure that out. From detailing commission information to be like, do I accept this? Do I not? There was that one guy who I did this for. There was this time. It's like, no. Make it clear. Don't speculate. Make it very clear on where you stand. Because you will get people who always speculate, who always have to question, who have to be like, I don't know. Think I could get away with this? Well, people are always going to try and get away with shit if they can. So you have to nip it in the bud. I really wish I could turn on the water in this place. That'd be so helpful. Oh, odd. Oh, they're all right here. Let's say I didn't see that on these ones. Because I missed them. That bowl is going to be a bitch to do. Oh no, I scarred it. I didn't do it. What did I leave off at? Over here. Had to drop someone because they kept speculating Dragon's Feet on a commission? Yeah, you can't do that. You're supposed to approach with your idea already in the know-how. Unless they're willing to work with you on troubleshooting, or, you know, not troubleshooting, designing your idea and cultivating it, there's no point in going to someone and be like, hey, I want to commission you for this. Now, depending on what system you're using and their abysmal messaging system, I can understand if you end up like I do, reach out to someone for a fucking commission and then don't get any feedback, and then you jump back in and find out that the fucking email was actually sent to the wrong email, and the chat didn't bother to notify you that, yeah, they replied back 6 months ago. You're like, oh, fuck, I am them. I actually messaged one guy back after a 6-month wait, and the response was, yeah, that happens, don't worry. It's happened to me too. I was like, but you're a content creator. He goes, yeah, I tried to contact the staff about a job, and the staff lost the email because it never got to them. So I had to send 4 more over 3 months before one was finally noticed. I was like, well, so then it's the chats that's the issue? He goes, yeah. It's not you or anyone else. It just happens, and you just have to follow up on it. I was like, that's stupid. And he goes, yeah, it just gets worse. I was like, God damn it. There we go. Higher vantage point. Go with the ultra long. It feels like I'm right up close and personal. Actually, that might be a little too overkill for this. At least there we go. Get a wider spread still. You know, actually, for you to have to block someone is actually really impressive, because I've never had a time where I've heard of you blocking anyone. You deal with a lot of weird customers. So that is impressive in its own right to end up getting blocked. But it kind of doesn't surprise me if they did nothing but drag their feet or flounder around with creating an idea. Cleanliness. Because I know it took me an awful long time to think of my redesign myself. So I can understand where some issues come into play. And then there's times where, you know, there's no excuse for delaying as long as you do. Mr. Dragsy and OC priority, even though it's not. Oh, fuck those guys. Yeah, no, those guys are probably the worst. See, what's worse is if Mr. Drags' feet also demanded a space and then was still dragging his feet. Like, well, you didn't have an idea, because that's happened to me once where I missed an email. It was like, oh no, I deserve a space. And they're like, no, you don't. If you did, you were on top of it. I'm like, yeah, actually, no. Well, you're right. If I truly deserved that space, I should have been on top of every email. I should have been knowing, you know? I should have been on top of it. The fact that I wasn't paying attention, yeah, that's on me. The ladder was before I started taking them. I just started out. Oh. Oh, he tried to pull that shit? Oh no, that doesn't work. Yeah, you can't do that stuff. It's amazing how people try to immediately pull that off when they think someone's new. And they don't have an idea in their head that, oh yeah, that they're ever going to find out and this is okay. This is understandable. People just do that? Yeah. But then again, I've dealt with artists and other such who have been in the same boat, who don't quite know what is allowed and what isn't. And it's kind of like one of those Matrix things where reality can be whatever you want it to be. And I have to, you know, direct them with their prices of, your prices can be whatever you want them to be, but you have to be sure that you're putting in the quality and the work so that it justifies your pricing. So customers can look at it and go, I can understand that, and go for it. They don't want to look at something and go, I don't know, that's really expensive, and I don't see why. It's, okay, so that took you 5 minutes to draw? Well, that's next to nothing. And it's like, oh, not only is that, like, you know, absolute piece of crap, but I don't see why I should have to pay you $30 for this. And it's like, well, that's my price, because you've not seen what I can do. You're only seeing what I want to show you I can do. Oh, it's like, so there's better stuff? There's more stuff. It's like, oh, okay. You know, it's conveying that this is my price because I know it's worth it. In fact, I know it's worth more than this. You're getting a discount and being able to sell it like that. When he did, he never gave you any detail. He gave me entirely too much detail. Oh, he was one of those guys. He just doesn't stop giving you the detail and the information. 2 more. 3 more. Was he one of the guys who wrote you like 16 paragraphs for like one idea? Just so that you had every mind-numbing detail given to you already, and it's like, okay, how about I write something or I draw something as opposed to you just giving me an info dump of shit that is completely unnecessary. And then he probably followed up with his own ideas of how you should write because your writing of the character was done wrong. Was he like that? Now I'm interested if I actually got it right. Almost, it seems. Oh, man. You mean there was something different he did? That's kind of terrifying. I want to know. Not the writing. Wait a minute. How the fuck are you dirty? Out of all of them, how did I miss your ass? You were literally by the entrance. You're... Oh, you're by the back door. How the fuck did I miss a gnome? Wait, I've been around this entire section like 3 times. How the fuck did I miss you? This better not be getting the gnomes, like, dirty over time. I'm going to be very irked. Okay. All the gnomes should be cleaned. Weird. He would give you disjointed ideas at times, and he wanted to add another character. He had the gall to tell me the work of the character who should have been in the focus was too short. Wait. Oh, that's... Yeah, no, that sounds weird. That's someone who wants far too much, has no idea what they want, and when they get what they want, they don't know what to do with it. I would hate the poor artists that they would try and get to do their work for them. That poor person would have to charge an extra fee. Because I see a lot of that still ongoing. Hell, I've had to tell people about that still. Where people would try to get the artist to do more. It's like, no, 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 no. If they're gonna want that, they have to get charged that. And the artist being, you know, either new or unfamiliar with the idea. And their response is, that doesn't seem fair. It's like, it is very fair. It doesn't seem fair to you because you're not used to doing it. But any other person, any other artist who deals with a customer who does that immediately knows, okay, well, if you're going to start changing shit, then we're going to have to start adding shit. And by shit, we mean money. Because you're causing timely issues, and that doesn't work. And most actual professional artists I know, they don't charge by the commission, they charge by the hour of the commission. So they can show you a piece of art and go, okay, this took me 30 hours, so I'm gonna charge you $20 per hour to draw this. And it's like, oh, it's like, yeah, you have to plan that out and charge accordingly. Some people just can't fathom that idea, like, that seems too much. It's like, no, that's not enough. That is what you do, and that's not even probably a commercial fee, which is a completely different thing that people don't even want to get involved with quite yet. It's like, no, you kind of have to get involved with that because it's a commercial thing. You have to know what you're doing. That was the weird conversation. And few things same-ish, like every girl had to have the same thing there. Oh god. Oh. Chapters from once said it was good. I posted 2 months later, someone posted a comment that they thought something should have been added, and he said he agreed with the comment. Oh, what an asshole. This sounds like an uncreative little fuck. That's just actively bad. Why would people act like that? Honestly, it shows a lack of social awareness, is what it shows me. For anyone who acts like that. Oh no, my dirty space. Oh wow, I have no legs. I can get it really deep here. Kind of want to see where this thing stops working. Just so I can find out. Because I think I have this short extender on it. There we go. A little fishy there. Okay, so it's not like I can't clean underneath me. Okay, that's the entire base. Get these things all scrubbed out on the outer side and leaves the inside base. That's really bad. That's just sad. Like that is just sad. At that point, you literally could do that. Now, if you're, you know, a shadier type of person, then all you would have to do is just that. Let us exchange their names and call it good. And the guy would probably just eat it up. Which, yeah, that's really bad. So hang on, how can there be dirt out here if that's clean? Oh, it's not. Oh, what? I thought this outer wall cap went off. Did I miss one? No. Well, that was by that shitty gnome, so maybe. Not seeing anything wrong with these. Oh, saw you. Okay. Had to be sure. Yeah, that just sounds like one of those clients from hell kind of things. That was actually a fun read for a lot of that stuff. But yeah, that sounds fucking horrible. That sounds like someone who doesn't know what they're doing. Or really, should be in writing for themselves, as opposed to having someone else do it. Kind of like how some people should just do art themselves as opposed to having someone else do it. I can understand why people do, because I can't draw for shit. I've known some of the best artists I've ever known, and I still can't draw for shit because I haven't tried. And then there are other people who are like, yeah, I just winged it. This is what I came out with. It's like that's kind of unfair. But at the same time, it's like, well, you know, that's why I would rather hire you to do it myself. But there are some people who just like absolutely like that. That's a lack of respect for a job that they themselves couldn't do. And it sounds like they just wanted just a person to literally be their ghostwriter. So much relief now, I don't dread trying. Yeah, I would imagine so, especially since that was probably a while back. That seems like it would be pretty nightmarish to have to put up with. Okay. There we go. As I spin propel my way over to here, there we go. Much better. Raised walls clean. I have 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good, just 4. Can't draw, try, don't have the patience. Right? It's its own thing. I've seen a lot of different ones like that. It's like, line art to me would be insane. I wouldn't be able to do it. Painting? Maybe, but there's a different time for painting. I would have to feel it out. I used to be actually, I take that back. When I was in high school, I was actually a really decent artist, not writer, artist. I could write rather well because I actually wanted to be an author at one time. But that didn't turn out well because just where I was located and what I wanted to do. So because that was such a pain in the ass to try and justify and deal with, I wasn't able to pursue it. Then I tried to do art, and that was met very harshly by rebuff and mockery. So because of that, I dropped that, never actually picked it back up, and when questioned literally by the same people who were mocking me about why I didn't do it anymore, it was because I was mocked only to be, oh no, we would never have done that. No, you're thinking of someone else. I was like, no, I wasn't. No. I was really good. I stopped, and it's because you guys made fun of me. And not just mocked me for it, but just like utterly crushed any attempts I had at it. Because again, liking anime and manga to these people, just utterly crushed any chance I had of being considered normal. So that's a little sad. And it's like, well, I'm rather tired of hiding my likes and dislikes from you people because you don't like it or you don't find it to be normal. I don't care. You grew up in a time where eating lead paint chips off a wall was fucking considered normal. Where misconceptions about things are always easier to point out than actually listening to what's going on. It's like, yep, nope, not dealing with it. I don't feel like going into that because you people just can't fucking understand it, so y'all can just deal with not having any part of my social life. You always get off scot-free whenever tested it was just for fun, as it was going. Yeah, yep. Well, this was more, okay, that's cool, why don't you go do something else? And it kept happening, and so much and so on, that it's literally, you can tell those people who have a stigma against it, and you're, just don't want to associate with them. And that's how it feels, and it's sad, because I'm close with them still, but at the same time, it's like, it's a difficulty. It really is. It's why I don't share my hobbies with anyone in real life. It's getting to be that point. I mean, my parents did ask if they could have, well, my dad asked if he could have my Twitch for this, and I was like, sure, why not? I'm at the point where I'm literally stopping to give a shit because it doesn't matter about a lot of things. I was like, yeah, sure, here. I never actually told him I do VTubing or anything else like that, so that's just how that'll work. So he can have fun with figuring that out. But yeah, it was just I just didn't feel like going into it because this is fun and this is what I want to do. And it's a nice way to stream while being protected. And it's just more fun this way. and I don't have to deal with a lot of other crap that just exists. It's a hobby that I want to do on my own, that I can do at my own pace, that I don't really need anyone to harsh about me about, and if they do harsh about me, I don't have to give a shit about them, because I can do what I want. Oh my god. There's gold under here. Ooh. There's a lot of that I see going on with a lot of judgment for it. And it's like, no. You just have to get the fuck over that. Because a lot of people seem to think, oh, you want to be a streamer? That's a terrible job. And it's like, not really. No. You just think it is because you haven't been able to adapt to how much people have changed. Because it just doesn't fit in your head that this is a logical choice. And I really hope my dad doesn't share with my mom in this stream. I really don't want her to watch it because I don't want her to anywhere egging on any of this. But it really comes down to do what you want to do. Have fun with it, so long as it doesn't involve other people or hurting others. You know? Kind of what I'm trying to get across. Because sharing your hobbies should be a fun thing. It shouldn't be a bad thing. Provided you're not doing anything bad, you know? You should have fun with a hobby. You should find people to share your hobby with. It's why I took to streaming so well, because it's fun. It's fun and I'm not alone doing it. It's because I'm literally on a website dedicated to it for hundreds of thousands of other people. And it's fun. This is what we do. And it's not even one of those, well, you'll never find anyone to join with. I've had multiple invites. I can have fun with a group, or I can have fun on my own. And so far, I'm just having fun on my own, doing my own thing. You know, there's no rush to want to do this. Everyone seems to think that you gotta go be the best, go now, go rush. It's like, no. There's no drastic dying mead. There's really not. I mean, if you don't want to do this slow growth, you can always try to find a faster way, but there's no harm in the slow growth. It's all about just what you want to do. Having a hobby is exactly that. I mean, hell, I do engineering stuff, and my hobby on the side is streaming. But you know what else I do is I do laser cutting, I do 3D printing, I do 3D design, I do crafting, I do leather craft, I've now taken up bonsai, I've done gardening. Yeah, I got hobbies, I got shit. And it just depends on what I really feel like pursuing. It's more fun to do this than to sit there and do the other stuff. I have all those other hobbies, and it's like, oh, what do you guys do for fun? Oh, you know, I take care of my bonsai plant. Well, that sounds boring. Well, so do you, so fuck off. You know, it's like, how you have fun is how you have fun. The whole point of a hobby is just to chillax, kick up your feet, you know? Not worry about stressors. You shouldn't have to worry about justifying having fun doing your hobby to someone. That's really the important part about having a hobby. It's fun. Doesn't mean that anyone else has to get it. They can fuck off if they're demanding that it has to be something fun for them. The whole point of having a hobby to yourself is that it's fun for you. If others enjoy it, then others enjoy it too. That's just a bonus. People lost track of that when they started getting pressure. Or pressured into things. And thinking that a hobby has to be for everyone. And it doesn't. I've known far too many people who have even the weird hobbies. Like, to me, it's weird because one guy I know makes music out of old 8-track tapes and CD players or tape players. He goes out and finds old disc set players or cassette players, and he makes them work. He goes through all of this shit to make them work so that he can record music from the CDs he's putting in them, or sorry, the cassette he's putting in them. It is a very niche, very non-existent, very hard to understand uh thing, and he has fun. He find it, to him, the greater the challenge, the better. And it's like, that doesn't sound like it's fun, but he's having fun, and that's what's important to him. It's just like people who do cosplay. It's like, I couldn't imagine building, designing, crafting, doing all of this that they are doing, or some of it, just to make it work. It's like, but that's only good for that one convention or that one photo shoot. What are you going to do with it then? And some sell it, some hang on to it. It's just like, but that's crazy. What, it's like, isn't that a waste? And they find it to be fun. For some, it's relaxing. It literally gives them something to spend their time on and do. And to me, that really speaks, because it's, I really wish I had the same level of confidence they did, to be able to just be like, it doesn't matter that you don't like it. It's what I like, and that's what's important. Now, if I heard bonsai, it'd be like, you don't have a cat or anything trying to kill it like I do. Honestly, I have debated on getting a pet. For a while there, that really drove me to get a pet. It's because of, I wasn't sure of how things were going, and I was in a mentally rough spot. For a few years, I have been in a mentally rough spot, and I really have debated on getting a pet. But here's the issue that I always come up with a pet, is I get taken on, or sometimes told, or worry, and decide I'm going to go on a camping trip. Well, now if I take a camping trip, I have to worry about someone else who has to take care of that life, that pet, that existence. And it's an issue, because then I have to worry if that person can take care of that life properly. If that person can care for it as well as I can. If the pet I have is mattered, is loved by that person. Or am I giving it to a abusive person who's going to absolutely demolish the trust and love that that cat has had, has given me? Are they going to abuse that trust that it gave in a person? So when I get it back, that cat is no longer the same cat that I left. That terrifies me. So then it also comes down to, if I do that, I have to worry about bedding, I have to worry about feed, I have to worry about everything that comes into taking care of that animal, as well as when I'm on that trip, to watch and take care of it all. So it's like, okay, I have to plan everything about that, or I have to find a way to take it with me. It's like, that can be impossible on some of these trips. So I decided that, okay, I started to look into other animals, and then ignoring the cost that it would add on to my apartment and just other crap, it literally just weighed in on me that taking care of another life, just to help keep mine in the balance, was not the best thing to do, especially if that was the cause. So I started taking up gardening and other things like that, because I would much rather have a plant than an animal, because I can kill a plant and replant another. I can't do that with an animal. I'm not the type who would justify, okay, well, one's dead, time to replace it with another. I'm not able to do that. So having a hobby that turned into taking care of an animal, or taking care of a plant, actually turned out to be a good thing. See, yeah. And then I hear all about that too. If I had a cat, God, that cat would probably be dead right now. No, the cat would probably be alive. I'd probably have a lot less stuff. Because it would probably have broken so much stuff. I have a bookshelf filled with cups. Like I'm not talking about like 2 cups. I mean I have like 8 cups, 16 cups that are all special edition. They don't make them anymore. They're from Ruby, they're from Rooster Teeth. They don't exist. They only exist in the physical form that I have inside that cabinet. Plates. I have special edition stuff that, again, doesn't exist outside of that. And I know technically you yeah, so it would probably break a bunch of that stuff and I would have to deal with that. And then the glass, and then the cleanup, and then making sure the pet doesn't do it. And then if I buy a plant, I have to make sure that it's a plant appropriate for the pet, that it doesn't eat it. Or if it does eat it, it doesn't kill it. Which is my greatest fear, is accidentally buying a plant that kills an animal out of nowhere. And it's like, oh, you shouldn't have bought that plant. Well, why not? It's like my telling my coworkers who did not know that onions kill dogs. Same with grapes. And the response was, oh, I didn't know that. It's like, yeah, now imagine how much food you fed your dog with onions in it. Or if they've eaten a grape. Or how much cyanide is in an apple core and you've been eating those. So it's like, okay, there's a lot of weird shit out there that a lot of people don't know. And I worry about that. On Devil's Night, we had 16 glasses get smashed by kids. Oh my god. I would be losing my shit. Not just because those are glasses getting smashed, but because I would be terrified of every glass shard on the floor, every time that pet walked across it, cat, dog, having a friend over, just anyone of existence just touching it. I'm sorry you exist in this reality. You probably have a glass shard in your foot by now. I'm sorry. And it's like, why? Well, you see, the cat did this, and this is what came out of it. It's like, oh. It's like, yeah. This is a bad time. This is a really bad time. Like, yep. Yep, it's a bad time to be around this. Oh, wait, what? Wait, what? 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 Why did that go off? What? What? I didn't know this was his own thing. Looks like there's blood just smeared everywhere inside this thing. It's kind of weird. Like every 5 minutes we heard a smashing sound. Oh my god. Don't ever get lilies. Oh god. Wait, are lilies poisonous? Is that why? Or for a different reason? that's done. That's done. I'm not seeing anything light up, and I'm pretty sure I got all these things in here. Just need to do that. Where's that ladder? There we go. So apparently I can't jump this with a ladder. Nope. 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 There we go. Oh, am I gonna have to... Wait. Hold on a second. How do I get up to the very top? How do I get up to the very top? Excuse me? How? How? Wait. Do I go gnome climbing? Yeah, okay. I go gnome climbing. Oh my god. King Gnome. It's Nominski. For a second I thought he had yellow eyes. Like, alright, well, that's a different color. I wasn't expecting that. So what happened with the cats? Theron, your cats that were doing all that. What exactly? They were just kittens and they just got into something? Oh, there we go. Oh, they live long lives. They were exploring and somehow got into a cabinet. Oh my god. They got into a cabinet? Yeah, that would be destructive. Also, why I can't have a cat. Like I said, I got too much fragile shit. I don't want it ruined. Then I like to imagine that sometimes I plan on going places. And then I realize I don't really ever go places. Honestly, what really sucks is I wanted to go to RTX before RT started sucking ass, and I never ended up going. And even now I would not go. Like, RT has gone that far down the drain that I would not go to RTX. We didn't find out which one till later. So there was a main culprit. There we go. There was one behind the whole incident. Oh, what was that? There was a main culprit. Well, that's good though. Good that nothing happened. Oh, the ringleader shadow, the runt of the litter, always causing issues because they are the smallest. They gotta have some means of proving themselves. It just usually at the expense of other people's belongings. As it were. Around here. And that should be good. Want to be sure I angle little shit myself just right to be able to get everything. That's not good. Hmm. One sec. Something's going on. Wait. Darkstar was yours. Only one that acted like a cat. We had a dog too. Oh, that's nice. That's weird. Oh, okay. Nope, never mind. Same thing. Just trying to deal with something weird going on. Haven't heard on to hear cat bark like a dog. I've heard that they will if they've been raised around a dog. Like, I heard that was a thing that they do, and I thought it was kind of cool. Kind of cute, really. And I was like, so they do that. And they just take on, like, I've seen a goat that thought it was a dog. I've seen kittens that think they were a dog. And it's like, what part of the brain just automatically assumes dog is mom, dog is leader? And it doesn't act like a cat. Here we go. She would bark at the neighbors. That sounds hilarious. My cat doesn't like you. How can you tell it's barking at you? Say, there's so much fun you can have with a pet, and that's what kind of makes me sad is I miss having a pet. But then I hear of all the health issues and all these other issues, and it's like, I'm worried about myself going to the doctors. I'd hate to imagine having a pet to go to the doctors. I wouldn't know what to do with myself, let alone the animal. They were talking, she got the window to look at. He'd look at the cat, growl, bark, what the hell? I have never heard a cat growl. So to me, that would be very interesting. I would love to see that. I have never even imagined a cat growling at someone. Well, no, I guess they do growl. I guess I have heard that now that I think about it. It's just not very commonplace for me to get growled at by a cat. Like, that's weird to imagine. There we go. Little speck. It does it every time someone knocks on the door. That is hilarious. See, it's stuff like that that I hear people talk about or I see their pets do that makes me want to get one. And then I have to really, that's all that's still the upper baseball. I'd really have to curb myself to go, no, 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 no. Just because their pet does something cute doesn't mean yours will. You know, it's things like that. And I'm just like, no, no, no. You have a hard enough time trying to take care of yourself. Could you imagine a pet? The bonsai thing was actually a relatively recent thing. So I've studied up on all plants, a lot of them. And I have been growing peppers, I grew mint, I grew all kinds of stuff. Usually I grow them until I'm tired of them, and then when they die for the winter, I just replant something in their pot. Because a lot of plants do not like winter. They have pretty much a temperamental season where they just go ahead and sometimes will regrow. Mint is notorious for that. It took a very long time for my mint plant to officially die before I could actually put something else in its pot. And even now, its pot is empty. I haven't added anything to it but fresh soil. Well, not even really fresh soil, but different soil. So it has gotten to that point where it's like, well, what do I want to do now? What do I want to grow? And as I was driving around from work, I had saw a guy on the side of the road. Shop. Saw a guy on the side of the road who was selling bonsai trees and was like, you know what? I'll give that a try. Can't hurt. Just bonsai, you know? Like, yeah, it's just some bonsai. I'll give it a try. It can't hurt. It's a plant. It'll be worth trying. So I go ahead and pull over and I look at him, start seeing prices are. They started at 50 to 60 bucks. I was like, oh, like sorry, that's too much, but I want to take a look at them anyway, because maybe I want to grow some or buy some myself and see what they do. And he had some that were 10 years old, 20 years old. He just had ones like that, and I was like, oh wow, those are cool looking. So I just got to talking with him. He's an old Japanese guy. He was actually a lot of fun. He was really nice. And then as I was just looking at some of the earlier ones he had, he looks at me and goes, you know what, 40 bucks. I was like, what? He goes, you can pick one of them for 40 bucks. I was like, sure. Sure, that sounds, awesome. And he was kind enough to go ahead and just give me that rate. So I walk over to an ATM, pull out 40 bucks, and he's like, here, just go ahead and pick one. I was like, I wasn't expecting this. He goes, it's fine. I was like, I'm kind of flustered and amazed that he's letting me pick a bonsai tree for 40 bucks. But yeah. So I got, I think mine's like 2 or 3 years old. But it's a fully grown one, and I started looking at kits. And they're like, you want to grow some bonsai? 25 bucks and you could have a starter kit. I'm like, what is that? And it quite literally, a starter kit for bonsai is they give you the plants, seeds. They give you planters. And they pretty much say, have at it. You're good to go. Like, this is a lot of responsibility for anyone just starting out. And it's oh, there we go. Oh wait, I haven't watched this chunk. Oh well. And it's quite literally just that. It was just go for it. So I was like, okay, so the potting instructions are just wing it. It doesn't need to move plants. They can or planters for years. I'm like, okay, so if it can stay in the same planter for years and years and years, and you don't have to change it for years and years and years, then where's the hard part? You know, where does the life of these things come into play? And as I found out doing my research on the bonsai, was that there is quite literally, they are very prone to bugs, disease, and just dying. I was like, oh, fantastic! I got bonsai because I thought it would be something fun, and it's pretty much a pet. I was like, I should have expected this with my level of luck. So the whole thing they were talking about that I kept looking up and looking into was the bonsai. They pretty much are like pets. You have to treat them carefully, watch their inside. Since they're prone to bugs, you have to take care of them. You have to. There are specialty cleaners you can use. There are other tips and tricks you can use to make sure that they stay bug free. What if they do get bugs? How to get rid of them? There's some bugs that once they're inside of them, they're pretty much dead. They just don't know it yet. I'm like, like the one I'm pretty sure I bought from him has like these kind of weevil kind of gnat things, and the only thing they do is they eat through the roots. And the main thing is like, yeah, that plant's probably dead. It just doesn't know it yet for a few years. So you can try and replant it and hope that they stay away, but chances are they've rooted inside the roots. So it's probably a goner. And it could spread to other plants that are nearby if they drain out, if the water drains out. I'm like, well, shit. If they drain out, does that mean that they can come to, you know, people? No, it just means that the plants are at risk. I'm like, great. Got a bonsai plant with bugs in it. It's like this kind of sucks. And as I kept reading more, it was just like, yeah, they're very prone to bugs. Chances are you don't need to worry about most of the bugs because they just live inside of it. It's like, okay, so if they do that, the plant might die, and they're like, yeah, then you just start over. It's like, but that's like years of work from what I'm reading. They're like, yeah, that's the hard part, is you have to take care of it, and if it gets the wrong type of bugs, it can die. It's like, well, how do you make the right type of bugs get into it? Like, you can't control that, you just have to keep bugs out of it. You could keep it indoors, or you could keep it outdoors. But you have to expect that there's gonna be things getting into it. Like, okay, so again, as I'm raising more, it's like, okay. So the first one I got was a juniper. And they're like, that's probably the best one you could start with. Because the juniper are hardy, they're strong-willed, they don't tend to go down as easy. Like, okay, but you just said that, you know, all bugs inside these things are bad bugs, right? Yeah. There's no good bugs in it. You can only get more resilient trees. It's like, okay. You can see where I'm having an issue now. Okay, I do not like how that upper edge basin is still dirty. Is that graffiti? That is graffiti. Okay, super long. Still not clean, so there's got to be something on top. Okay, excuse me, I'm jumping on your head. Oh, oh, ho, 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 ho. Ah, yeah, I saw that. Not hiding that from me. Oh, okay. So yeah. Now that I'm learning how to keep better care of my plants, it is a bit weird. I'm going to have a lot of green in my apartment, and I'm not sure how well how I like that idea. Normally it'd be fine, but I'm gonna have to find places to put the plants. Because they said there are two ways of doing it. They're indoor, and then they're outdoor. And I think the ones I got from that guy were technically outdoor. So I'm wondering how well they'll do inside. They should be fine, but at the same time, uh, it's a bit worrisome because of that reason. Because once they start acclimating to a climate, usually they keep to that climate. So them going from outside to inside, yeah, they should be able to tolerate it. But that could be like any person being able to tolerate seasonal change. The other thing is the bugs that come along with it. Is that it might be controlled, it might not be. Oh, oh, there we go. So the bugs could be like, oh, we hate it in here, we're dying. Okay, time to flee. Or it could be, yeah, so this new place we got put into is really great. We can now, you know, breed. And then I'm stuck dealing with a mountainous amount of aphids and other bugs that have hidden inside the roots of these plants. Hoping that they don't obviously spread to others. That's the 15. This is the 15. Good God, that doesn't want to come off. It does after a few runs. The other thing I'm thinking of is maybe I should turn one of them into an outdoor one and then start anew with a bunch of indoors. I've thought about that. Honestly, one of the things I was looking into was a pack of, I think it was like 5 or 6 different types of bonsai trees. And they would test my skills because they are the grow from scratch. Something I haven't had to do with plants in a very long time. And by grow from scratch, I mean they start from seeds. I would have to germinate from seeds, which take a few weeks. And I would have to very carefully watch over them with the utmost of patience. See, what's funny is I might have at one point in time had patience for art. At one point in time, I had patience for people. I have neither. And now I'm going to be trying to raise plants that require weeks and weeks of patience. I don't know what's wrong with me. Except maybe I like to just slowly hurt myself in the worst way possible. Because I really can't find any other justification of why on earth I would want to raise, of all things, trees. No, it's kind of it is kind of funny. Oh, that does remind me though. I am learning more about the laser cutting that I've got going for me. It is a lot more of a pain in the ass than I was prepared to deal with. As I had found out, I was using the wrong color lenses as well for that type. So the glasses I have negate that type of light barely within that light range. they're green, and I have blue. So I need to find something. I have found them. They're red, and they block everything, obviously, except pretty much a red lens. So they're cheap, easy to get, but I don't have any other orders for laser stuff. I still have to navigate the confusing track pattern and programming, if not design my own setup for more things to do. Because I have friends who have helped me a lot lately through a lot of design work, creativity, and just honestly have been a solid rock for me to rely on based on things. And now that I have a chance to pay them back, quite literally with items, I'm going to give them a flask or cup, something of their own design they want, with whatever engraving or item they want on it. So if they decide that they want a flask with a giant dick on it, sure, go ahead, have a flask with a giant dick on it. It's not mine. If they want one that says, you know, for my best friend, I'll make them one too. That way they have that and they're good to go. They can go ahead and give it to their friend. You know? Just so it's my way of saying, hey guys, now that I have the chance to, I want to say thank you for being, you know, there. Of course, that is a long time future endeavor because I first have to figure out how to make this laser work. I figured out how to do the basics flatwise. The problem is the rotary section, because the programming I'm using doesn't have excuse me, doesn't have a rotary device or rotary section. It has nothing. I went looking online, and there are multiple programs that have that built into it, and none of them are the ones I'm working. In fact, there is only a GitHub install that exists as a public design. So it's a public design works that says, hey, if you have this program, you need to install this software that we made to add on to it to make a rotary button to make it work. I'm like, well, wait, why don't I just buy a program that has it? They're like, well, you can buy a program that has it, but if you just want to use the free program, you have to use our design. I was like, well, why doesn't the main one have it? Like, because the main one doesn't. So you can use the free software, but it doesn't have it doesn't have the means of doing it. So I'm like, oh shit, how there's no other way around it? They're like, no, you either use our custom designed software that we specifically made for it as a third party, and you install it on your computer, or you can't use it at all. Like, well, that's just not shady at all. It's either you're going out of your way and doing something nice because, you know, you're just doing that, or there legitimately is no fix for it, and you're a very good con artist that could cause corruption, damage my computer, hack inside, you know, all that cool jazz. And it's like, I have to figure out if I'm willing to trust these guys and their program that I have no idea how to test until I install it, or if I want to be like, yeah, no, thanks for the offer, guys, but I'm just gonna buy the program. That's honestly the worst thing I have to figure out is the program development part of it. Is trustworthy, or are they trying to get something out of me? I do have one test PC, but I haven't installed anything on it. So I might give that a go just to see if it breaks it or not. Make sure I uninstall and disconnect from any important stuff, but you know, it's one of those things where it should do nothing but affect that one program and install a button. And I have to hope that button doesn't mess anything up. But after I have that involved, then comes re-educating myself, because I have to figure out how to use that new specific programming piece. Details, measurements, program, yada yada yada. I've talked to a number of people who have run these, and there can be a significant level of math involved that I have to know how to do in order to properly utilize it. Now, sometimes it's nothing at all versus, okay, you have to know these specific coordinates, this specific radius, these circumference. You have to know how many, how many rotations it takes to get all the way around it. How do you want this printed? Do you want it only one way on one face, or do you want it all the way around? There's a multitude of different ways that I have to figure out what exactly it is I want to do with this before I can even get started. And even then, depending on the device, it also matters. There we go. How many more sides do I have? Just one? Goodness. Alright, let's get that cleaned up. There we go, that's looking clean. That's looking better already. Have you guys been keeping up with the boys? Yesterday's episode was a bit of a weird one, I'm not gonna lie. That took a little bit of processing on some of those parts. Overall, it was really decent, but yeah, there were some parts in here that were yeah, they were questionable at best. The attempted redemption of a character, that was, a thing that went on. No, I don't want to say too many spoilers, but yeah, it was kind of. I see what they were trying to go for, but it didn't really work. Well, it might have worked for others, but it didn't work for me. Mainly because the character they tried to redeem was just too far gone for too long that no one really cared about. They were just there, and they didn't really add to it. Oh crap, that's all of those. Now it's time to clean these. Sorry about that. Remember to hydrate. Don't do what I just did and forget, and then when your throat starts killing you, oh crap, I should drink some water. It's no shit, Sherlock. You should always drink water. Stay hydrated. Oh, I was talking to another buddy of mine. See if I could find a better microphone to use. I do like this mic, but I find it lacking at times, so I wanted to see if there was something better out there. And he did help me find another one I was looking into. It should work more with, in tone with what I'm speaking with, in lines. So that'll be nice. I can go ahead and get that much later. That'll be something I put on a future list, because I won't be able to get it anytime soon. So, yay. Run that mid shot. No? Long shot it is. Oh wow, that works wonders from a distance. I have a very good question for a lot of these people. Why do you have a note fountain? All just like haunted things. Why gnomes? But yeah, the only issue I found with that microphone, it's pretty much just affording it. It's like 200 bucks. And that's if I don't get it used from eBay, which I could, and it'd be like 160. But part of me is like, you know, for how I had this mic, I should probably go and get it legitimately. Probably not from Amazon. I'm learning quite well that for some items purchased through Amazon, they don't have any warranty, and some of them are very subpar. So I could order the same microphone I'm looking at from Amazon, and if it has an issue, and Amazon says, sorry, we can't help with that, you need to go to the manufacturer, I can go to the manufacturer, and they can tell me to go pound sand, because the microphone I have wasn't purchased through them. So there's no warranty on it. And to me, I was like, I didn't know that was a thing they could do. Well, apparently it's a very common thing a lot of places do, especially with Amazon. It's because they don't count third-party sellers under their pretty much contracts for repair. So Amazon would be considered a third-party seller, even though they have their stuff on their site. They don't always take care of the warranties on it. So it left me going, oh, well, I have to be very careful then on where I choose to buy this microphone from. And then the other thing is I do want to go back and start dipping. It's hilarious because I kept getting ripped off as I'm talking about Amazon. And I started to get ripped off quite a number of times on ACX, because what people would do is they would open up jobs and be like, hey, fill out this part, this article, this demo. Go ahead and do that. And when you do that, what we'll do is we will check back and see if you qualify for what we want you to do job-wise. You know, standard stuff you do. Well, as I found out that a lot of people, myself mainly, would get tricked by this, because what they would then do is they would close the job. On closing the job, I wouldn't get any money. That job is now gone, and they have the recording they needed. So I kept having to deal with that, where I would be like, oh, cool, I'm gonna get this. Or I hope I get this. I've done all this editing. I've done all this work. And lo and behold, I don't get anything. In fact, the job itself I was signed up to do is gone. Well, did I do something wrong? Did they cancel the job? No. They got my audition. My audition is something I mastered. I edited, I mastered it, I made it correct, I gave it the right sound. They took it. They stole it and they use it. And that is something that is becoming a common thing on at least on ACX. And it really drove me away from using the platform because of that. Because I had about 4 of the jobs I was doing do the same exact thing. And I was like, you know, obviously that was a huge downer, huge pitfall, when the jobs you're working for are quite literally stolen from you. So all the work I put into it just taken. A bit of a downer, really. So I stopped using ACX for that reason. Now, I'm going to get back into it, obviously. I've removed a lot of other stuff, because I don't need it on there. So I'm just going to start from where I left off, and hope that I'm really able to just pick back up and get into it. The new mic could be a lot of help, it could be a detriment, it could work, it could utterly backfail. But when I was doing it, it was a lot of fun just to do that. Because I got to do something with it. The only issue I had was when they had time compromises that were very short. I had, I think it was the one job. They were a lot of fun. This one was difficult because it was entirely, at first it was, okay, we need you to have this done. And then it became, so we're encountering an issue. Technically, we need all of it done in a week. And I was like, I'm sorry, this was supposed to take a month. I was taking my time. They're like, yeah, well, we have a week. It's like, okay, so does that include me? They're like, that includes, that mainly is for you. Yeah, you have a week to have it all done. I was like, oh shit. So I went and buckled down and literally just kept going hog wild crazy on recording stuff. You know, day by day, hour by hour, I was getting so much done. And I was killing my throat just continuously, trying to make sure I had it all said and done, so I could turn it all in and be done. And I did get it done. I literally got it done that week, like 2 days ahead of schedule. And I couldn't talk by that last day. It just absolutely demolished my throat. And I was like, okay, so... pretty much. It got very bad. I did not, that's weird. Yeah, I did not approve of a lot of that going on. But with it all said and done, I was like, okay, well... Now that that's said and done, do I have to worry about anything else? And they're like, no, we're good. I was like, good. That's good to hear. They're like, yeah, we just had that one issue, that one pop-up, so sorry about that. And I was like, yeah. And then that's where that left off. I never actually went back to do more. So now that it's been quite a while, I want to get back into it, you know? Not that I expect people to want to jump in and get these books, because I am very I get to be fucking picky. So I'm going to look for series I like to do and go from there. Which, for some people, it's like, why do you do reference stuff? Why are you doing small stories? It's like, because I like those. You know, it's like, because I choose to. I know it's weird for me to want to do reference stuff, but I figure I've got a good voice for it. Let me put you to sleep. Let me go talk about a wolf, or Pongo the dog, and the history of why he's called Pongo. You know, fun stuff. Things like that. Let me just have fun. And for a lot of places, they're willing to do that. Others, probably not so much. It just varies. I really wish this guy could switch hands. But I'm going to keep my eye open on jobs and pick what I want to do. Because of that reason, is I'm tired of having to compromise when I think I don't want others to see or listen to me read. And that's the story of my life right there. From my parents to everything else, I've kept a lot of things absolutely under wraps and hidden because I've been afraid of judgment, and I just have to accept that. It doesn't matter. Kind of hard to do, really is. But I'm sorry. I'm quite literally, I can't take that anymore. There we go. I can see others who are independent, or I guess I'm a little too broken for some of these things. I hate this ladder. I fucking hate this ladder. Can I? Oh, cool. Come on, get on top. Get on top. Get. A lot of these things have you just approach it from the other side. Okay. So, squat and jump? Why were you able to get on the other one? Hmm? Yeah, that's the worst part about doing those. And you can't really do anything to refute when people do that. Because, one, it's kind of like their word against yours, but it's also, if their job isn't available, their job isn't available. So you have to pick a different one. Because it's Amazon, they don't really care about the customer service, difference on there. So if someone does pull some shit, you have to rely on yourself to be able to figure it out. Or ways around it. Yeah, there's not too many alternatives that do audiobooks, sadly enough. A lot of them just go to Amazon, and Amazon has its own various things. Now, I still need to check on other things with it, but for the most part, pretty dirty. I should be able to take care of things now that I'm actually smarter and have a better understanding of what I'm doing with it. That was honestly the first thing I had jumped into was ACX and just trying to make it there amongst other platforms and try to juggle them. Now I know I need to come in there with a firm hand like most of the others I see and be like, no. Kind of like how you've taken things. And a few of my buddies who have been like, yeah, no, that's where you put your foot down and you say no. Like, oh, but I thought I had to do it like this. They're like, no. If you're trying to be professional, you have to learn this. This is etiquette. This is someone taking advantage of you. This is what you're supposed to do. I'm like, oh. Oh. The lower basin is still dirty. Dirt on it somewhere? Is all, oh, that is all one thing. Okay, so that's a lot of dirt. I figure it's the next best thing to doing this. So if ACX takes off, I'll switch over to that for a while. I'll have to find, there we go, different ways to jump back and forth in time. Honestly, I think that's my biggest worry, is not having time. Because I dedicate it to doing something else, and then it comes to bite me in the ass. But that just seems to be how it goes. Because I work a full-time job. Honestly, I think that's the thing that throws a lot of people when they realize that. Is I do indeed work a full-time job. Just one, though. But sadly enough, it does leave me on call. I think I've had to... Actually, I know I have. I've stepped away from stream a few times because they've given me an emergency has come up that I've had to take care of. So I've had to leave and deal with it. And it's not something that I can leave stream running to do. I'm pretty sure every time that I've done it, I've had to abandon stream for another time. Because when they want me to do that, oh, come here. When I do have to do that, it's about a half-hour drive to work, if not longer at times, depending on when. So yeah, I know for a fact I don't think that's happened quite a while. I think the last time it happened was fall-ish time. And the reason why that had happened was because someone it didn't alert me to an issue before I had left, which they were supposed to have done. So when it didn't happen, I had to rush in to fix things. And it's not as nice as you'd think, where they're like, oh, you're the hero of it all. It's, no, you're the guy who came to fix it, and you know how, so clearly there was something you didn't do to set up for it. You know, you're the one to blame, because you showed up and fixed it. And for some people, I've had to make it, you know, very clear, hey, this wasn't my fault. Do not blame me for this. And they're like, well, it's that or we have to blame this person. Then I suggest you blame this person. Because if you try and attempt to blame me on it, I will not help you next time. Oh, well, it's in your job, and guess what? It takes next to nothing for me to make this not my job. And I've had to say that once, and they quickly understood that I wasn't playing around with them when I said it. Because the next time it happened, they were very quick to tell me before I left, hey, this is the issue. Do you have time to come in and fix this before you leave? And obviously I made time for it. And I did talk with my, boss later on, and he goes, yeah, whatever you told them last time, they thought it was very bad, so they came to talk to us about you saying that, and we had to agree with you. Even my boss had my back going, yeah, I mean, there's no contract, there's no written right that says he actually has to do this. He came in to help on his own. So... And then they quickly were like, oh, so he doesn't have to do this. They're like, no. Technically, this is handled by an outside company. He just knows how to run it. If we had called them, we would have been waiting 2 hours instead of a half hour. So to them, it was, oh, we kind of messed up. Oops. But I never got an apology or anything, so... It was just one of those times where... knowing what to do helped. it caused other issues anywhere else, but it did also help. I just roll with it. I'm at the point now where, like I said earlier, there's things and people changing at work almost constantly. So I need to know what I'm doing so I can train other people. And surprisingly enough, I've got like a lot of green lights from people at all echelon at work when I've devised and said, hey, I want to change this so that everyone knows how to use it. You know, so much as it's not a, so we have a technician on hand for this. It's no. We have Jim and Jim's fingers, and Jim can turn on a television, so Jim knows how to turn on this conference room. Or Jim knows how to use these devices because Jim has fingers and can think and has a TV at home. And he's seen how this works, so he can figure it out. I'm engineering, devising, and being a technician, and finding out how to fix stuff all at once. And make it so that, yeah, you don't need to call me in on the weekends. You don't need to call me in at all. Here's how you do this. And they're like, oh shit. I'm like, yeah, there's not supposed to be a big secret about this. I don't know why. It's because the other guy, whose job I took over for, really just wanted to make it seem like his job was so hard that no one else but him could do it. You know, ensuring himself some job security. Cutting himself off a big slab of that cake. And everyone else who's, you know, looked in on it was like, I don't know how we're gonna do this. I want to be told by me. Yeah, it's not really that hard. Here it is in basic terms. I'm kind of whittling away at my responsibilities and theirs at the same time. Because the last thing I want to do is lock myself into a thing where that comes in to bite us all in the ass. Cool. Had another issue with one of the Discord bots causing an issue. Well, someone posted stuff and they can't figure out how to get rid of it. For as fun as Discord is, for as helpful it is such a pain in the ass. I'm actually quite tempted to look into what, So I found out that a lot of the other, professional, other such streamers, well, the company ones at least, use Slack. And some of them have their own Discord too, but a lot of them use Slack. And I want to look into that and see what that is, because it seems like if it works that well, maybe it's worth it. What is this? Stone? Oh dear. Hey, how useful that is. Should have been doing this the whole time. Because there's just far too many times where Discord has decided to take some unfavorable, well, I don't want to say liabilities, to do some unfavorable actions. And again, because it's, you know, its own site, we have to sit there and take that. It's just changing over to a different platform. It's learning. Honestly, that's the hardest part about ever choosing to do something like this. Having to do a lot of that research. Okay, why is that not getting clean? Okay, there we go. One of the problems I do have with that is it's getting more and more. Oh shit. So actually, I know you guys actually have a PayPal. Did you see the recent news that has come across based on July 25th is when they'll be changing PayPal over to different style paying? So essentially, what the tag had said was that you are not able to use peer-to-peer money transfer for personal reasons on a PayPal business. So if your account is PayPal business account, it can only do business to business transactions. It can't be used on an individual. Those people have to be out of business as well. Then they're upping the fees. Yeah, that's good. Problem is, mine is. So that's a bit of a problem. But yeah, there are a lot of people who have made their stream ones, or ones that are linked to Coffee, or other donation links based on their Twitch, all set up towards that. So they're kind of getting hit with that. So their issue is that they're using their Twitch and they have it linked to their PayPal. Well, that PayPal is set for a business account, or yeah, for a business account, because it had different transaction fees, had different things set up. For a lot of people, it's what they wanted because they were streaming, and now that they're finding out that if they have it set for that, it's going to be completely obsolete. They won't be able to use it for their streams. They won't be able to receive donations from it. Because, again, unless it's a business-to-business email, it can't work. So, them using it on PayPal, or using their PayPal on this, it'll get rejected. So they won't be able to use it as a donation link, they won't be able to use it for Streamlabs, because Streamlabs doesn't use that. So for a lot of people, they're starting to try and see if they can find a alternative program. I'm not sure how well that's working. It's become increasingly hard to find something that actually functions as a payment platform should, for everyone. I see a lot of people now saying to use the Streamlabs. I used to have that link and everything else. I'll have to remake it. But there was a Streamlabs link that allowed you to donate to that and use that. And Streamlabs, bless their heart, from what they've said, is they don't take anything from that. That link and donation from it is just a free service they provide with their stuff. That was when I was using damn, what is that called? OBS, normal OBS, which I need to figure out how to switch back over to. I have done something weird to the settings, and I get not a reverb, I get an echo of myself talking aloud to myself. So I've got to figure out what exactly it is I have done and uncurse myself. And yes, I consider it a curse because I have cursed myself. I have no idea what it is I've done because I had to have changed a setting somewhere inside of it where I'm able to hear myself speak and do everything else, and it works as an echo. No, no, no. So it's not an echo. It's not an well, no. It kind of is an echo. I only hear myself speak, but then I hear myself come back around and speak late. Not even a second, like a third or a hundredth of a second delay, and then I hear myself speaking. And it sounds like it's got an echo inside of the repeat I'm hearing. It's like, oh my god, can this stop? It's like, no, it cannot. And I was like, okay, I can't stream like this. I'm turning it off, and I'm going over to OBS or Slobs. So I did. Now Slobs is as efficient as having a cow pull your car. For some people, that actually might be really fucking efficient. For others, it's absolutely the fucking worst. And yeah, it's kind of that way for me. So I'm trying to make it work until it doesn't work. But at the same time, it's again one of those things where it's very pretty. It works for what it needs to work for. But it doesn't work for very much outside of that. So it works for the purpose of streaming very flourishly. Where it's just like, we know you like the pretty stuff, the pretty fluff, the nice UI and other stuff, but because you like the pretty UI and all that nice frilly stuff, we are going to consume a fourth of your RAM and CPU. Don't play any heavy games. We need that. So unless you have a strong enough computer to tank that, it's gonna eat it. That to me is the worst part about it. Is that Streamlabs, for like I said, as pretty and as functional as it is, just eats battery like no other, or not battery, resources. It's the fat kid at a McDonald's. He's just gonna eat. I know that's mean to say, but I was the fat kid at McDonald's and I love to eat. I get to use that because I still am the fat kid. Well, moderately. I'm getting better. But yeah, it likes to consume any resources that are potentially available to itself. If it's not in use, it's free game. And people have complained about that a lot to OBS. And for the most part, nothing has been done. There's no light mode, there's no no resource mode. It's just straight up, you give Slobs what it needs, and it's going to take it, even at the detriment of your own stream. You know what it's supposed to do. It's like, well, you either give us the resources or you use another program. Well, lo and behold, people are using another program. You know, shock Pikachu face. But yeah. And for me, it's kind of about that, kind of not. I don't want to use a software where everything is all tied together, forced to work, and I can't figure out how to get it working. And then, in order to figure out how they want part of it working, I have to pay for their premium service. You know, the most annoying part is that Twitch is also one of those things that's like, if you want to pay for the service, here's the extra bonuses you get. Did you know about Twitch Turbo? I didn't until I talked to Fofamit, and she let me know that straight up, Twitch has another thing called Twitch Turbo. It eliminates ads on its own. It gives you extra storage. It gives you a lot of extra bonus stuff. Oh, there we go. And it only cost an extra $8. Lower Basin Gnomes. Alright, the 4 gnomes. Lower Column Vault. Okay, so I'm missing one of those. And a wall decoration. Upper Basin decoration. Outer wall. Oh no! One of these pieces of shit. So yeah, I'm still debating on if I want to look into that. It's an extra $8 or $9. I'm like, that seems extreme, little bastard. So it's like, do I want to do that? Do I not want to do that? Does it seem like it's worth the pain in the ass to do? It does give you more bonus stuff, but it's like, really, Twitch? Really? We already know you sell out to Amazon of all things, but we have to give you more money to make things work? Oh, wait. That's right, I can just shoot them with this. That'll clean it. So yeah, it kind of left me going, maybe I will. It's also supposed to lengthen the times of the VODs being around from like 14 days to 60 days or something like that. So the VODs stay around a lot longer for some of the games. Which, is kind of nice when you start looking back to the old videos. But I'm also putting that on my YouTube as well. Not that it really makes a big difference. I mean, look at that. Look, that's kind of cool. I really wish it didn't show the pulsing colors. That's actually really cool. I did a great job on that. Oh, wait, what? No, I already cleaned the drain. What? That's what I got. I got the mini golf course left. What are we at? 446? Yeah, we'll do that one. Why not? Why not? We'll just have to debate if we want to play tomorrow or do something else. Watching you. Do I have to use this piece of shit? Can I not use any of them? Oh, that's the Prime Vista 3000. Okay. We'll use that one, we will use this one, and we'll begin the purge. So how many of you guys remember me playing Thief? Thief Golden or Thief Dark Project? It's a really old game. Like 98. I remember you playing, but not remember much. Okay, that's understandable. It is one of those games. So I have been debating on replaying that as well, because I am a sucker for nostalgia, and I am tempted to play it. I am not sure about replaying BioShock. I've done that quite a number of times. And as much fun as BioShock is, I don't really feel like doing that. Now, I will say... Okay, what the fuck? There we go. I am excited if they start coming out with more information about the next one. Ah, this putt-putt golf course is kind of fucking kick-ass. Because I've been tempted to really go back and just play some of those. Kinda wanna going back to Deus Ex, man, kinda wanna take on stuff. Oh shit! You know, that reminds me, I never did finish that, did I? Yeah, you're right. Good point. I probably should finish Deus Ex. I am saving Alien Isolation for October. But I will probably play Alien Isolation on hard mode. Give it the John Wick, I almost called him John Wick, the John Wolfe style. Come on, motherfucker. Oh, I am at the wall. This looks like a Kingdom Hearts kind of blade. This thing looks like it's out of a fucking RPG. Monster Hunter. Why not? Sure, yeah. Literal blades. Oh yeah. I could have sworn that you guys that I played it earlier. I know for a fact I have, but it doesn't surprise me that you may not have seen it. That might have been one of these years for Halloween. It wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it was. It was very unfair, if I remember right. Not because of her der alien hard. It's more like her der alien fucking cheats. You know, and then I had bugs. I remember the bugs. Because one of them was in a hacking game I couldn't figure out because I was missing a segment that I was supposed to have. I was like, what the fuck is going on with this? And everyone was like, oh, that's not supposed to do that. And I was like, oh shit. And they're like, yeah, that's broken. And I was like, how do I fix this? They're like, well, you have to reload. And I was like, well, I don't have any other saves. And they're like, well, sorry, you have to restart entirely. I think I called it good there. I was like, nope, nah, I'm good. Now I do have the other Alien game, the what is that one called? Colonial Marines? No. I almost called it Aliens Red Rover. It's the 4-person shooter game. The new one that came out a year or two ago. Herder alien wasn't coded correctly at launch. Yeah. You squeak out a fart in the alien hears you 3-4 There was someone who did that. That was actually a hilarious thing that I kept reading. Yeah, that's one way to say it too. Was that someone played it on hard mode? They were dead silent, hiding in a locker. He farted, and it set off his mic enough that it hunted him down. I was like, that sucks. It's like clench your ass cheeks, because if he hears even a single whisper, he's coming for you. I was like, I didn't realize it was that bad until literally the guys kept saying it, and I did see that when John was playing it on his stream, and I was like, holy shit. Because his thing was that he had a lot of arguments about the game. It wasn't nearly as hard playing it. It wasn't nearly as long as we thought it was. But it was still one of those things of, while doing it, it was like, holy shit. Is that supposed to happen? Is it supposed to be able to do that and know that? And a lot of it came down to, yeah, like you said, the AI on it, or whatever you want to call it, the programming on the damn thing is broken as fuck. Yeah. Far from fear, get found. You smell that? Smells like fear fart. That would send a lot of people just like, oh God, I can smell that. Make sure you're out of clean gut right now, because that alien is gonna come right for you. Honestly, I was gonna say ghost because I immediately thought of Phasmophobia. That, oh my God, I need to play that. I shelved it and took it out and was gonna play it, and then I found out that the update, quote unquote, was for the fucking truck. It wasn't for the maps. It wasn't for anything else. They haven't fixed shit. They haven't remade shit. I was expecting to play Phasmophobia and have a lot of fun, and I still might. It's just finding people to play. But what really pissed me off was it's not set up for that new prison or any of the other maps. It's straight up just, we remade the truck. Here, take a look at it. And I'm like, that's it? Alien Isolation programming is bugged because the code had the wrong word. Wait, had a word going there, which is a word that doesn't exist. What it's supposed to do was tether the alien to your current location and stalk you, but seeing as it wasn't tethered to anything, it didn't work. Are you fucking kidding me? They misspelled tether? Okay. So, if they misspelled tether and the fucking game worked out fantastic, or if they misspelled it and it worked out amazing, then if they fixed it, was it better or worse? Because now you have me wondering that. That's what the bug was, okay? And they fixed that bug, right? Or is that still in it? The bug was the code language. No, I know. I've known enough. I know enough programmers. Good God. They fixed it like after 8 months? Really? It took them 8 months to figure that shit out? That's a bit of a nightmare, honestly. I didn't know that was a thing that was going on. I always thought the alien was quite intelligent in finding us. So hearing that it was broken as shit because it couldn't do that, kind of terrifying. Because I remember playing it when it first came out. Hell, back when I was on my first YouTube account, I played it for like, I made it into video segments. And I played it. It was like 27 segments, I think it was. By segments, I mean like half-hour long videos. It was literally one of those things that left me going, when I played it, because it was really that good. Like, I thought that was going to be the epitome of all future games, was how Alien Isolation ran. And now knowing it was broken to that level, it's kind of like sad. But then again, we've had a lot better games. You know, now that you mentioned, I probably would like to play, damn it, what's that called? Cyberpunk 2077. I've seen gameplay of it. I haven't played it myself, but I know there's like a bunch of different factions. And they all have good ends and bad ends. Actually, no, I think it only has like 2 endings, and they all suck ass. I think I remember hearing that. I like how there's that nasty pillar that's just left in the way of this. From cleaning behind it. Like, ew. I thought it followed the movies very well and gave you a new chance to get away from it. I thought... Wait, I might be misting Alien Isolation with calling Marines because it couldn't surprise me as I used to think code for such. No, I think you're right. Because I had heard that Alien Isolation was broken and they had to patch it. And I didn't know what the fuck was broken on it. So this very well could have been it. We can always look it up and find out, you know, it's one of those nice things we can do. Just to be sure, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Because it sounds familiar. Okay. Now that I'm ass deep inside this pole. Sent you a YouTube link in the DMs. Kind of deep. Okay, cool. I do love me some deep diving. I love those videos. I have watched the same one from like Harry Gaming 96 or some shit like that. He does not have a catchy YouTube name. I was kind of disappointed. But he did like I think it's like an hour and 20-minute deep dive into fucking Outlast. It is amazing. I love it. Because he does something that no one else has done with it. And that's go through the comics, which I didn't know existed. Because Outlast came out at a time when people did that. Actually, same with Deus Ex and a few others. Actually, you know what's funny now that I think about it? So the third Thief game was actually made by the same people who made Deus Ex. So the third really super shitty Thief game that some people can play and not many others can was made by Deus Ex, which kind of explains a few things because it was making its debut on the Xbox. That much I had found out was from Mandalore Gaming. Again, I love me some deep dives. Give me lore or give me death. Actually, that should be a thing. Give me lore or give me death. I like that idea. Pin it, coin it, phrase it, sell it. Let's Cave Johnson this shit. It isn't that long. It's still going about what happened behind the scenes. Eidos was being informed of Looking Glass. Yes, some. A good chunk of them. A good chunk of them came back to do Thief. Because Looking Glass ended up folding, I think it was. So with Looking Glass gone, there was no one else to run Thief. So, yeah. That sucks. Because obviously Thief was a really good game and a good series. Enough that I liked it. And there are people who... It has a solid following because of those games. And a lot of people really did like them to that extent that they developed fixes for it. Now, I know Thief isn't everyone's cup of tea because it's not the run and gun, make your character a combat god, who dandy, he's badass, get all the bitches. It's... Okay, so this is Garrett. Garrett's a property reassigner. He's pretty chill. He's doing what he needs to get by. Which is reassigning people's property to himself, and then his sellers. And you know, the whole thing about it is that he's not like Corvo. He's not like any of these other people where people run from him, where you can take on a whole fucking room of people. You know, that's not the whole point. His whole point is don't get caught. Only amateurs get caught. You know, you're not an amateur, don't get fucking caught. Don't get found. And it's like it makes such a good rule of thumb of don't get caught. And it's more so done than a lot of other games today, where they're all about the whole, well, you've been caught, time to kill a motherfucker and get free. For Thief, it's, okay, you've been caught, time to run. Don't stop running, keep running. They're still on your ass. This isn't cops. These guys can run. They don't give up. They're gonna keep hunting you throughout the level. Keep running. Hey, the threat level hasn't gone down. You're right. It's because they know where you're at. And they're waiting outside taunting you, ready to put their foot up your nuts. Yahtzee said it was the best. Said in his Thief reviews, Garrett is in the word or magic and monsters, and he doesn't want to deal with it. He just wants to make rent. That is the perfect saying for it. That is exactly. He is in a world of fucking magic and monsters, and the motherfucker just wants to pay his rent. Well, and that's exactly, what is that? The third fucking mission, fourth mission in the first game is straight up Garrett going to rob a tomb. He's doing a tomb raid because he has to pay the rent. No, I think that's what it is in the second game too. In one of those earlier missions, is quite literally Garrett is trying to pay his fucking rent, so he's going on thieving jobs to steal enough money for rent. It's like, man, there's guys walking around throwing magic. They're mages. You have mystical keepers, and you're worried about your rent. I need 600 coin in order to make rent. Bro, what? Who gives a shit? And then you realize it's quite literally Garrett being like, yeah, no, I have to have a place to live. It's like, you're a thief. Can't you do something to steal? It's, no, I live here. Because I believe there are certain things he would and would not do, even in his own place. And a lot of that is thieving. He wouldn't steal from his own place. In the third game you could, but in like the earlier ones you couldn't. And I thought that was hilarious. Because it was exactly like you would expect it. It was just him being like, yeah, no. Wicked's Wiz. I've never heard of him. What does he deep dive into? Hopefully not whizzing. A few games on We Happy Few. That was a weird game. I heard it didn't do well. I only watched like the start of it and then never got into it. It just seemed like it hit the mark. It missed the mark, I'm sorry. Telling again how games came to be behind the scenes. Hello, neighbor. Isn't that the one where you're a kid and your neighbor is like a serial killer? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Yes and no. Well, that doesn't sound good. You're a kid and your neighbor's kind of weird. Okay. Doesn't stand anywhere. He's a serial killer. That you strange noises you hear from his house. Okay. And then you try to investigate, and he beats the shit out of you and throws you in a closet, or he throws you outside. Oh, this map's bigger than I thought. Holy fuck. Wow, that was blinding. Thanks, I needed that. I like how the walls are the same color as me using my dirt sense. Missed a space? You'll be able to find it if you do this. Missed a fragment? Too bad. There we go. Apparently I can't jump forward. Whatever. Huh. Well, that sounds like a good game. I know there's all kinds of deep dives and stuff going into it. Kind of like the Five Nights at Freddy's lore and everything else. That is... I don't even know where to start on that anymore. So, I knew that there were some Five Nights at Freddy lore videos and stuff that broke everything down. But it just seems like it became a cash grab kind of game. And now there's no official lore or no story to tell. They got it all mixed up with shit, and just like the newest one that came out, it's hard to say if it actually has anything to do with the early editions of Five Nights at Freddy's lore, or is it its own thing, you know? And no one I know playing it, uh, you know, can help. So I'm like, okay, there's something going on here with it. I'm gonna have to keep looking. Because Scott is probably not going to be doing this anymore. If I remember right, he's not making games. He's done. Give the IP away and let people go ham. No, there's no actual canon. Okay, so I was right. Yeah, because he stupidly did dumb shit, and yeah, it came back to haunt him. Imagine that. So yeah, I knew he was doing some stuff, but yeah. Game Theory went on about it. Basically, just the Game Theory video is like White Whale, Hello Neighbor, kind of devolved into more hype from GT. Oh, okay. Well, that kind of helped. That does actually help a lot. Because, like I said, there's stuff that goes on that really leaves me going, I don't know. I know there's overarching plot and shit, but it doesn't help that it doesn't exist outside of a certain plane any longer. Oh, wait. I knew he did. I knew he did. Yeah, I knew he went to a Republican person like that. I thought he did other stuff to it. Yeah, I knew people went to the extremes. People went way too over the line. And they really destroyed things. Which is what happens when people get that power. Is they just go fucking ham and get stupid. But it's best that he just avoid everything to do with it now because it stopped being his fun thing and kind of took on a life of its own. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. That sucks. Something as insignificant as that. But then again, no, I can't really say then again. That sucks. You know, I'm pretty sure you can't power wash AstroTurf like this. Yeah, it's turning into its own thing. I think I tried to play. I don't remember. Oh my goodness. I think I tried to play Five Nights at Freddy's once. Never say never. Okay, I don't think in the realm of reality I should be able to power wash AstroTurf like this clean without destroying it. If we really want to get, is that a, okay, that is a frog. I was gonna say, is that a frog with a duck face? Sure, it might destroy the aftertaste, but you're still power washing it. You're right. They just asked me to power clean it. They didn't actually say they wanted it in, you know, usable condition. They just wanted it clean. Oh, okay. So he was involved in security breach. See, I was wondering on that one because people were saying that that one's actually part of canon, and then other people were like, no, it's not because of how weird it is. And then they're coming out with a sequel to it or DLC add-on. It's like, wait, what? And then everyone was talking about super thick Vanny in there, and then everything else going on with that. I'm like, okay, so who is this person then? Oh, it's DLC? Okay. Several endings that in it weren't programmed in. Oh, there were? Is that why there was only like 6 shitty endings? You could find them in the files. Security breach was done by a different company, but Scott was like an executive producer. They had to go through him for an okay. Okay, so they had it set up, they just didn't do shit right. Okay, that makes more sense. I'm glad you guys know about this, because I sure as shit do not know where to start. But when he stepped back, they could do whatever they wanted without him, and the game suffered. Oh. So he didn't help them to fruition. He just helped them to get to the point where it should be workable, and then he stepped back. Okay. And then it turned out to be however the fuck it turned out to be. And that was the disastrous part. Okay. There we go. I heard a lot of people talking about how really bad the game had turned out, and I watched the endings and I couldn't figure out how anyone was supposed to get those different endings, and none of them were actually good endings. None of them actually seemed like they fit. So that kind of explains a few things, because they never actually went into actually really good detail about what the fuck is going on. So that makes sense that there's issues. Look at game theory about the endings, story involving it. It's a mess. Ugh. There's nothing worse than that, is having such a great series and a great story and everything else, just to watch it get turned to shit. To me, that's the sad part. Funny thing is, pre-patch Breach, you could speed run over the top of the laser tag bit, basically get to the ending hours before you were supposed to. I think I had seen someone do that, and I thought it was the weirdest shit that what they were trying to do. Because there was another one, was that, Poppy's Playtime, where they were able to beat the game in like 2 minutes, or 1 minute or something like that, using a unpatched wall. Pretty much like a floor hack. They fell into it, fell across the way, and had to make a long jump, and then were done. And I was like, that's... what? That entire game wasn't even fully patched? Like, physically? Why is the gnome in there? No, pick up the fucking gnome. Need to throw his ass over here. Go! I'll have to look into them then. Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah, 3 minutes. It's there's a whole thing I was watching on that, and I thought it was really cool to seeing this guy just completely blast through the whole thing. I was like, that's impressive. I know that's not supposed to be done, but that's nonetheless impressive. So when it came down to seeing that game, I was interested in it, but then they lost my attention when they went to do the NFTs, and then it became very marketable all of a sudden. And they had merch, and they had other shit just ready to go. And the second game was kind of like that, where instead of going for NFTs, they're suddenly trying to sell merch. It screamed a little too on the nose for that, and it was rather disgusting. You know, they put in characters and they did certain things that pretty much was like, hey, look at our cool characters, look at our stuff. How about you go on down and pay us a visit at the store and get some cool swag. You know, it screamed, I don't want to say desperation, but pretty close to it. And just like some other games, it was designed for marketing, and that's exactly what Poppy's Playtime 2 looked like, was that it was all designed around marketing. It wasn't that it was afraid or a scary game or a different game. It was them just turning things around to try and make a profit off of it. Because, yeah, we're not doing NFTs anymore. But then it was, we're selling stuff. Check out my cool furry OC. Yeah, pretty much. That's exactly what that is. Yeah, they use NFTs and then they pretend to act like it wasn't a big deal. And everyone involved was like, no, this is a really fucked up thing. And lo and behold, they quickly, not quickly, after a lot of hate and a lot of their own defending it, they finally retracted them saying, we aren't doing NFTs. We can, we see where our issue lies. We're not going to pursue that. And then they went full market scum with their shit. And it's like, so you decided that you weren't going to do NFTs, but you are going to shill as hard as you possibly can everything else because you just want money. And don't get me wrong, games are they're entitled to whatever profits they can make, however they can make them. But when you go from one extreme to another, it's like, do you really think your fan base is really that stupid to want to allow that and think that, okay, this is appropriate? But I guess a lot of them did. Because I know a lot of VTubers and a lot of others immediately dove into Poppy's Playtime to play it. Because it was the next new horror game that they could scream and yell at. And wave their arms emphatically in. Kawaii. Very, very kawaii. Very scary. And it was, for a lot of people, it's like, okay, it's not really that... Not really that bad. It was more of a puzzle game than the first. And it doesn't really make much sense. But yeah, sure, why not? I just didn't buy in on it at all. It screamed, like I said, it screamed way too fake. And after their whole NFT thing, and suddenly that didn't work out, so they changed their mind, I was like, there's something... They're doing something else. There's no way they were just going to walk away from the concept. They've shown the type of people they are. They're not about to make it so, like... So, that plan didn't work, I guess we're going clean. It's, no, that plan didn't work, what else can we do to make money? And then they made super marketable characters, and next thing you know, like with the release of Poppy's Playtime, came those characters right there in the store. How easy it was to make a wrong turn, right? Was that in the first game? Yeah, that was the first game where they had that. That was the scariest part in the whole series so far. Stuck. There we go. If you don't like spiders, it's horrifying. Yes, that would I say, because I know far too many people are arachnophobic. And I have to mod for someone who's severely arachnophobic, and it is annoying. Because the other person I mod for has a spider-like OC. And it's like, they draw them constantly. It's like, motherfucker, Why are you like this? But yeah. Anyway, moving on from there. The Poppy's Playtime thing is its own bushel of weird shit that I don't even know where to start, but I'm not going to play it because of that. Probably to be a dick for fun. No, actually, he's had his OC far longer than I know the other person has been around. So, there's that. I watched videos of right. So, there are some I will watch. Others, not so much. It really depends. I will watch lore videos of areas or games I've played, mainly because if I'm missing plot and I know I've gotten what I thought was all of it, it's like there's something missing, I know it. And it annoys me. So I will play it till I find it, just because I want to scratch that satisfaction to know everything that's going on, because I'm that invested in it. You know, as opposed to, okay, well, I guess I'll have to collect that information some other time. It's, no, I need to know all of it. I'm not giving that shit up now. Parapet's dirty. It's dirty from the outside or the inside? Okay, it's on the outside. Okay, that is on the outside that's dirty. I'm not going to be able to do that. Oh, that's so nasty. Alright. Oh my god, I really underestimated this whole fucking place. I was not expecting this. Oh my god, it just keeps going. My reaction to that is just it just keeps going. It doesn't seem to stop. Oh, that was my wrist. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that was ah. I just went and flexed it. I wasn't even close to the mic. I went off to the side, like I twisted myself sideways and went and pushed my wrist together to stretch. Ah. Yeah, don't ever let anyone fucking lie to you. Always do stretches before you sit down and take breaks often to stretch. And again, I should have like probably more padding on my wrists. Stretched, thank you. That was not me cracking my knuckles in front of the mic. I've done that before and no one can hear that. That was literally my wrist just snapping backwards. Oh my god. Fucking, so I was just talking about it. The guy I was talking about, who with the Spider VTuber, or not VTuber, Spider OC. His title is now VTubers Hate Spiders and I'm in Shambles. I know he's not watching my stream, otherwise I would say something. Literally none of the people who I mod for, watch my streams. So yeah. I could literally name drop them, but I'm not going to because I don't care to. You can't throw... Yeah, no, it's just hilarious that as I was saying it, that he's changed to that, or it was like that. I just noticed it because I went looking on that screen. Yeah, the weirdest part, I'm not gonna lie, is having 4 screens. If I could have my actual setup that I wanted to do, I would technically have 5 screens. What would I do with 5 screens? Absolutely nothing on the other 2. I would only use 3 of them. Oh, I'm not, like I said, I'm not gonna say his name. But honestly, it does surprise me that I have actually known a good number of, well, not known, I've seen a good number of spider VTubers. So I know that's, you know, that's kind of bullshit. Maybe not the ones he likes that like them, but I do know that there's a good number of spider VTubers. Just like there's a growing number of moth VTubers. Good God, there's a lot of moth VTubers. Only those who know the joke or who are in on it will know it. No one else will know about it. But yeah, that has been a big thing, is moth and foxes. I haven't encountered too many dog VTubers. There's a few wolf ones. There's a good number of fox ones. It's just one of those things that kind of left me as kind of weird. But, you know, there's a lot of people who just want to do their thing. I was surprised by some people who just straight up were like, yeah, no, it's, this is what I decided and this is what I am. It's like, that's interesting. Or that's a really cool idea. There was one guy who really has left me as confused as fuck because he decided he was going to be, a Rubik's Cube. Where's the... what? I don't get it. So this is the center parapet wall. This is the battlement wall. Battlement landing. Oh, that whole thing is one thing. Okay. Coming out as furry is what it is? No, because people who still come out as furry come out as furry. That's the thing. Them coming out as a furry VTuber, that's still a thing. But it's not the same thing you're thinking of. That's been the weirdest part. I have seen that before, though, too. is one guy actually had to make it very clear he wasn't like he wasn't a VTuber, or he wasn't some anthropomorphized VTuber or something else going on. He was literally a furry, and he was a VTuber. And he was like, okay, okay. Want to even play this mini golf? I don't know. So none of it's all interconnected. Well, no, it is in some areas. So this is its own thing. You'd have to come up here, and yeah, no, you start here. Go through here, up and over, through and down. And here's the thing, though. This is interconnected because you go, motherfucker, move. You go through here and it drops down into the bucket. Cool. Now it's in the shit bucket. Where does it go next? You go over to here. Or you start here at 1. And you go all the way through this. That's 3. And then you go to 4. Then what is this? Okay, that's the dragon's tail. 4. And then 5. Okay. 6. 7. 8. 9. Okay, so that bucket is there as the end. So you literally putt golf until you take it to the shit bucket. That was awkward as hell. Yeah, I don't see how you would play this. It doesn't work out the best. Wait, what? I'm missing something. We didn't know. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that would be awkward. That would be really awkward. I don't think you're sure how you would have to. Ooh. Yeah. His parents didn't tell him shit for a good reason. And the better reason is, why didn't he look that up on his own? You're 19, you have the internet at your fingertips. You know, they're not like us. I can honestly say that. They are not like us at that age. Where, yes, you have the internet at your fingertips, but where it was still the wild west of the internet. Where there's a lot of shit on the internet that should not have been on the internet, that we were all introduced at a very young age, before we knew how to use content controls, you know, or knew exactly how to narrow down a search to find trustworthy sites and information. You know, there was none of that when we were growing up. We got the internet as it was raw, and everything that came with it. There is no excuse why anyone of youth today does not know how to use the internet, especially if they are in a first world nation. Unless you choose to be ignorant to it. And then I can understand it. But for the most part, there is no exception to that. There is an excuse. Not having the internet is probably your best excuse. It's because the teachers who don't know how to use the PC teach them how to go out the internet. Oh, that's probably true too, yeah. This is a PC. The only thing you'll need it for is taxes. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure I had a teacher who said exactly that same thing. Huh. Oh man. Yeah, I don't need to deal with that. I'm glad I don't have to deal with that. I'm glad that everyone I need to know how to use email is either dead or already knows how to use email. It's honestly one of the saving graces of things is by the time we're old and crusty, either we'll have a new system of getting emails or everything will work just fucking fine. We won't have to deal with it. They're all yep. Oh, there have been a number of times I've had to explain things to people where it's just super simple, and they just stand there and stare at me. It's like, all right, I need you to take off the ignorance cap and put on the learning cap. I know you have to go ahead and dust that off, but it's going to be important that we learn how to do this now and not later. Sometimes that look that they give me is just like, oh, I haven't found that in years. You're going to have to try again. Patient though, because I want my niece and nephew to be patient with me. House security. Oh, yeah. It's not just that, but it also when it comes down to, I forgot my keys, or I forgot how to get in, or I've had too much to drink, or I have to leave them at home, and I need to know they know how to, I need to trust that they know how to do this. That's different. That is different than having someone else try and do this shit. It's just like me trying to teach people how to use a wireless hookup. It's like, I don't get how this works. It's not hard. Well, how do you do it? Like this. Or I don't know how to attach this stuff. It's not hard. Just try. Man, laser etching sure looks complicated. It's not. 3D printing looks hard. It's not. How do you know what material to use? How do you know what gas goes in your car? Oh, well, I always use that. Yeah, fucking shit. It's not hard. It's just a little bit of learning you have to do. Just like everything else. Uh, which printer? Which type? See, I have to be very, very specific about this because I have both types of 3D printers. I have a resin 3D printer. I have an FDM 3D printer. Resin is very poisonous. It makes very pretty things. I have a lot of those. Well, they were on my Twitter. They're on my Discord too. But they make very pretty, precise, very nice pieces. They are very small. They are very clean. They are very toxic. But it turns out very well. Those are very messy. Now, you have the FDM. The FDM come in plastic rolls that are 1.75 millimeter thick in roll size. You have an entire roll that probably costs you about $20, stretches about 250 meters. That roll is very simple and easy to do because you load it into the machine. Take that cord, you put it through a tube, and you put it into the nozzle, and you're done. Then you heat it up. Once it's heated up, you can push on it a little more so a little more plastic comes out of the nozzle. You're done. You make sure your settings are right and you run it through the printer. Cleaning it, it depends. If you put glue on the heating bed, and you go from there. That is easy to do. It's the resin that's the pain in the ass to clean, because that shit gets everywhere. And when it gets everywhere, it stays everywhere. You're better off taking your desk outside in the sunlight, letting it cure, and then scraping off all the resin once it's done. Yeah. Like I said, I have both. And then there are other ones that can do metal, depending on how industrial you want to get. Same with making sausages. First, you take the meat sausage and you pack it full. I wouldn't even know where to start on that one. That's a very weird analogy to make in comparison to describing how to run a 3D printer. That has to be a personal experience kind of thing. I don't even know where to start. First you take the meat and you grind it. Two types of machine: hand crank and engine. True, there are multiple types of sausage making machines. Okay, so where's the dirt then? Here? Okay, that was. Okay, now what about this thing? That's clean, that's clean. Everywhere's clean, good. Poisonous as hell if you get bad meat, just like resin. Yes, yes it can be. You never want to underestimate resin. It really sucks though, as I think about it now. I actually had to throw away some really good pork belly. I had it all ready to go. I was going to cook it up over the week, and I just didn't have time. So I left it in the fridge, and I came to it today, and it had spots on it. It was looking a little brown. I was like, oh man, I wanted that. Oop. And the roof is not clean. Yeah, it was like, oh man. You can cut the bad spots and the brown and salt it. I already threw it away. I don't play the testing game. I've had, sadly enough, out of all the bad experiences I have had, it has been with bad meat. Now, normally, I have an immune system that, honestly, is quite terrifying. But yeah, one of the biggest issues I still have had has been with bad meat. And it's really just not something I'm willing to play with or worry about. It's if the meat is bad, it has to go. There is that too, yes. No matter how poor I actually get, I'm not willing to, you know, let myself get poisoned. I've had to deal with that before. I've accidentally poisoned one of my friends before. I don't deal with that. I don't play games with potentially undercooked things coming back to haunt me. It's either cooked and fine, or it's not. And if it's not, it either needs to be, or I'm not going to eat it. Yeah, I have had an issue with that. I made a Japanese, what should have been a simple Japanese snack, and it did not have, it did not fully cook the eggs inside of it. So instead of being, you know, what a normal, logical person would do is put it in the microwave for 30 seconds to help nuke the eggs and finish cooking it off, we just chose to eat it. In doing so, we ate raw egg. And you know what raw egg does? It gets you real fucking sick. So it made us both really fucking sick. And it gave me the stomach churn. Really bad, really hard for a few days. It completely wrecked my friend, whose immune system is not anywhere near as robust as mine. So it physically hurt him. And to the point where he was actually considering going to the hospital. Right, if your body can withstand it. That's the problem people don't understand, is not everyone's body can withstand that. Yeah. So, his couldn't, and it nearly put him in the hospital. Me, it gave me the runs for 3 days. So, there's a massive difference in what our bodies are willing to take. I don't play with that. If it's bad, it is bad. It is gone. There's no amount of, I'm sure it's fine. People overseas eat this stuff all the time. I don't care. People overseas get diseases all the time and get taken out. People overseas have free healthcare. I don't. There's a big difference in just that alone. So yeah, I don't play that. I don't play the meat game. I don't play the raw food is good game. Unless it's like fish, sashimi, properly prepared. Absolutely not. That arrow dinged. There it goes. That's why I said fish that's properly prepared. Because yeah, fish can be improperly prepared too. I've dealt with that myself in a number of ways, where people think that just because it's like this or it's this type of fish, it's fine. It's like no, there are fish that can be prepared properly and improperly. There are ways to do all of it. This was really just me underestimating when food went bad, which yeah, that sucked. But it is what it is. Why the fuck are you still dirty? Bitch. Tartare and carpaccio. Let's see, because salt and vinegar added to it, as well as lime. See, that's a preference, and you know your limits, which is important. Now, there's a lot of other things that you can do to make proper meals that are just, you know, straight up. Why does this look like it's stained? What is that? Is that water in there? That's weird. You know, you obviously know what your limits are, which is what's important. And that is what's important. You can always make do with things. Oh, thank you. And it's just being sure of it. You know, it could always be really. That's a bit fucked up. It's always a bit best to be leery, especially when you're not sure of things. Now, don't get me wrong. You put some sushi in front of me, I'm about to eat that shit. I'm about to devour that. Will it make me sick? I'm about to find out. I don't know, that sushi's looking a little great. We're about to find out. When was this made? Doesn't matter. That sushi's a couple days old. Still looks good to me. Are these breakfast bites in the fridge? They're like 2 days old. I'm still eat it. This Pop-Tart's been out all day. Do you still want it? Yes. Yes, I do. So, there's a funny story about that. Is I didn't realize that sushi only is good for about 24 to 48 hours, depending on when it's made, as well as the type. Because sushi, not really sushi, but rice only has a lifetime of about 24 hours. Then it starts to go bad. And unless you're going to use it in a fry recipe, you really should not eat old rice. Just be like Subaru. It tastes like America. I thought that was the cutest shit. What it was is Subaru and others were, I believe, sent Pop Tarts and candies to try from all over from the different Hololive members, and I believe Ame sent Subaru a few different types of Pop Tarts from the U.S. for her to try, and she actually really liked them. She said they tasted like America. And then other people tried them too and said the same thing, which I thought was hilarious and kind of weird that America could be summed up as a Pop Tart. Sure, Mako. Thanks a lot, man. You take care. Have a good night. Wait. Isn't it like noon for you? Bro, get some sleep. Oh yeah, no, sushi goes bad real fast. Sushi is not something to play with. It really, you should not eat old sushi. I was being stupid and I never really thought twice about it. So I always ate what I was given, and if it was old sushi, I ate it. Because no questions asked, I just ate food. It's 6:45 a.m. Yeah, that's a bit early. Get some rest, man. Sorry. Yeah, no. Go sleep. Night, Mako. Then you're heading. uh, pretty much. Uh, for a lot of what I did, I didn't really give. I was the standard young person. I did not think twice about what I was eating. I just ate. I ate what I was given, and if it was offered to me, I still ate it. And I never really thought twice about what I was eating. Not the age, not what was in it. It was just something for me to eat. Now that I'm obviously older, I'm putting a lot more care, consideration, and time into what I'm eating. Because, yeah, what you eat literally kind of determines how your day's gonna be. So it's important to start it off. Now, I'm having to redo how I eat and do things, because for a while, I've had the steady diet of like eggs and sausage for breakfast. Every day, almost every day. For months. Because it was cheap, fast, and available. And now I'm like, okay, I have got to break this up. So I'm starting to eat more oatmeal. And I'm like, oh my goodness, that's destroying my stomach. And I'm like, well, it's doing that because you're not used to eating grain. And I'm eating vegetable. And it's doing the same. It's like, you're not used to eating vegetable. And I'm sitting here looking at myself like, how did you get to this point where that is causing you an issue of all things? So I'm learning how to feed, just not feed myself, how to eat different things again. And it's been a weird matter of doing it. Necessary, but very weird. Because I'm finding, oh yeah, I don't like this anymore. Or this food is not what I like anymore. Or why does this one taste funny? And I realize it doesn't taste funny. It's just not something I'm used to eating. And I used to eat it a lot. It's kind of like oatmeal. I used to eat oatmeal. Now I just don't even. Where it's like, well, this tastes a little funky. Wonder what's up with that. My body's like, yeah, that's pure grain, dumbass. Congratulations, you've just consumed fiber. You've just consumed fiber. You have a bathroom appointment in 20 minutes. Be prepared. Actually, thinking about that, you know what? I could probably order some sushi tomorrow. Maybe order like 10, 20 bucks worth. Go in, pick it up. There's a couple of sushi places near me. I'm still trying to figure out. Like I said, I moved to a different part of the station, so it's been different finding out what's exactly around me. Then the other thing is I've let my hair grow out quite a lot. It's quite shaggy. I actually showed up at work without putting my hair up, and needless to say, I had a lot of attention because people were stuck staring at the sheer amount of hair I had, and they're like, we assumed it was a lot. We didn't realize it was that much hair. It's like, yeah, it's that much hair. Sorry. I think that was the funniest part, was showing up with insane amount of hair, and I was just like, wow. It must take like a metric ton of hair gel. I'm like, I don't use hair gel for a reason. Okay, there is still dirt on this somewhere. Oh, that's nasty. Oh. Yeah, that's one of the other things I was doing, is not eating as much junk food, which I found to be rather difficult. One, it's so readily made available, but two, it's just so much cheaper than actual food. Oh, that reminds me. If you're ever looking for anyone to watch for food stuff, I would suggest Onigiri. She is a demon chef VTuber, but she cooks up really great food all the time. And she does it on her stream. Like, she'll be cooking up, I think now, wait. It's not something I'm used to eating. You eat you are you eat healthy? Well, see, I'm starting to eat a couple of things at a time here. So, go watch Oni, because she cooks up some good food and she's fun to watch. She can be a bit stinky, but she's a good girl. And then what I do is I have started to eat more vegetable-based foods, because it's easier to buy those for about the same, if not cheaper price, than a lot of meat stuff. And I would much rather be able to find a different way than just forcing myself to cook vegetables on the side, if my entire meal is a vegetable, you know? So I can eat all that and the meat, and or have meat on the side, a little bit of meat, and just have a bigger plate of vegetables. And it's like, that works. Or like, I can have an Impossible Burger and not have an entire dousing of fucking mayonnaise, ketchup, mustard, and other shit on it, and, you know, treat it like a normal light thing. Call it good. I think that has been the biggest issue I've been seeing for people, is they don't know how to limit their food intake when it comes to meats and vegetables. I didn't even touch the top of this wall. I thought I already got this. Well, I've had to explain that to some people. That's like, well, you know, you could either force yourself to eat a bunch of veggies to try and make it work, or your main meal could be like, straight up veggies, and you're like, done. Meat on the side only makes it a little better, or makes it a lot better, but you get what I mean. Oh, I completely forgot about you. I don't see anything else here flashing, so... it came out to be a pretty big thing when it came to dieting. Now, I'm still not the best. I do snack left and right, so it's becoming a self-control thing at this point. But it's nice to be able to be down to that point where it's like, alright, I just gotta control what I buy. Or where I go out to eat from. And the nice thing is if you're smart, which I can be at times, even like buying sushi, you can make that smart. You can make that into a smart food choice and not get the most worst stuff you possibly could, or the super unhealthy version of it. Okay, where are you dirty at? Not seeing any. Oh. Okay. Second, almost the last part. Is this Greenway? You've been cleaning this shithole for an hour and you've only just passed 60%. Oh my god, you're right. Oh, that's so bad. That is so horrible. This is the last of the special area, too. This is kind of a, this is really just a big mess. Honestly, if I would have known this, I would have cleaned this first, and then we could have done plot shit during the start. Since I didn't realize I only had 2 to finish up the fucking plot. There's a limit to how big it should be. There should be, yeah. There should be a fucking size limit on the places. Or, multiplayer only. How about that? That way you have to have 2 players to do it because of this shit. That way I'm literally not doing this, just trying to make it work. It would be like, oh yeah, no, you need, it's encouraged that you and a partner do this. Well, why is that? Oh shit, this is big. Oh yeah, I could see that. Should have let me know. Instead, it's just like, well, alright, here you go, have fun. And now it's like, oh shit, that's a huge map. Have I really been on this for an hour? It feels like 2. Good god, it's just like never ending. Get over here. Here. Oh. Oh, you little shit. Up here. Why are you kicking me off? Up. There. There we go. All nice and clean down it. Okay. The big one works here. That's honestly the worst part, is that you have to swap between so many heads just to make it work. Because, oh, it might work here, it doesn't work over here because the dirt is too thick. I don't even know if it works on certain materials or if you have to use different heads on different material. I'm just like, whatever. I just want this cleaned. I mean, look at that, just eats it. Done, move on. Yeah, I dipped back into Monster Hunter Rise. I kind of wanted to see why I stopped playing it, and I remember why. Sad to say, I only got to like Monster Hunter level 5. There's people running around with like Hunter level 1000 and shit, and I'm at 5. And what's funny is I've played World. I've played World a lot. And I liked Monster Hunter World. Playing Monster Hunter Rise, I get what they had to do. It's because that was meant for the Switch. So they made the game graphics look the way they did because of that. It's just such a pain in the ass to see it. It's like, ugh. It looks so bad. You guys couldn't have upped the graphics at all or done something different? And they just made it work. But it's such a downgrade from playing Monster Hunter World to just Monster Hunter Rise. And to me, it's sad. It really is disappointing. Because I was looking forward to it being something fun and great and as big as what World was. And it's not. So it's a little bit of it is a big disappointment. Because I played World because of how it looked, how everything was with it, and just how much fun it was in general. And playing Rise, where they've changed the mechanics to fucking incorporate a grappling hook into doing things, it's not the same game, and I get what they're going for in that decision, but it just seems like a bad one. And they have the new DLC coming out. So a lot of people are jumping back in to play Monster Hunter World just so that they have the ability to buy the DLC, which is $40. Apparently, it's the typical Monster Hunter World full expansion. It's a whole new game on top of it. But I was like, I want to see if I remember why I stopped playing Monster Hunter Rise. Oh, sorry, the upgrade is for Rise. I wasn't sure if I said that. So, it turned out that, yeah, I remember why I didn't like playing Rise. Which honestly really sucks because I know a lot of people who have been playing it and they're like, it's the best game so far. Ever since they stopped playing on World. And I'm like, a lot of us haven't. We've modified the game to work. Or we've installed updates to it ourselves to make things different. Yeah. So I can kind of get that. There's limitations to it. I don't like how, yeah, you have to grind everything. You have to do that for every weapon. And then every armor. And then it comes down to not just your armor, but your Palico or Palapups. Or whatever the dog version of the Palico is. Palapup? And you have to do that hit for him too. And then it's like, okay, is the control scheme working the same as the other games? For some, they kept it a lot alike. Other games, they changed it completely. And for Rise, because the game went from, okay, here's how you weaken and dodge or, grapple onto enemies, to here's how you use a hook shot to get away from enemies or to run around like a ninja. It's like, that's not what I'm looking to do. That's not at all what I'm looking for. But yeah, honestly, I can deal with some of the grinding. That's why I liked World. Because World was, as grindy as it was still fun. Because it put you in a scaled version of the world itself. So you knew what you were getting into. It wasn't so unknown that you're like, oh shit. It was, great, okay, well, this is the whole entire level. And that's massive, son of a bitch. My ad is about to start in 5 minutes. You know, honestly, that's the biggest complaint I have. Is how Rise kind of took things and honestly made it a bit worse. And sorry to say, but it really did, because they were reaching for that mobile market. And I understand there is a need for the mobile market. That's who they were trying to market this to, is because they knew, sadly, that people aren't staying home and playing games because they are too busy working and trying to survive. So they're off and about and working and doing shit. So they made a mobile game for one of their best series. It's like, I understand what you're going for. I understand what you're trying to do. It still sucks for people like me who play on the PC, who play Monster Hunter for a fun experience, and what we wanted to, was put to rest. And nothing was great about that, honestly. It grounded a lot of people, which is what a lot of them really needed, was to be grounded. And some people took that better than others. Some game developers took that better than others. Some did not take that at all very good, which sucks because, as you see, it's just like, this decision, you should have expected how this would have turned out in a few years. This could have been, obviously, you could tell where this was going to be. This isn't something that would have been hidden from you. If everyone had done what they needed to correctly, it would have been gone fast. So, that's an entire different bitching issue. Oh, there your eyes. But it also comes down to the decision to make Monster Hunter Rise the way it was is just baffling to me. Like, what dumbass decided that it was okay to do this? Yeah. And it's like, okay, so not everyone is out and about. A lot of people are now home. A lot of people are still, fucking playing on their PC. And a lot of people now, especially nowadays, even in Japan, are getting more into the personal computers. They're not buying Switches. They're not out buying PS5s. They're out staying the fuck home playing on PC that can play any of these games already. It's a cave dragon. No? There's not much left on him. Or it. Okay, how's that look? Like I'm still missing shit. You know? It's getting to that point where I'm just getting annoyed. And you know what? We've been going for 6.5 hours. Ow. Oh, we're at 80%? No way. Hell yeah. How the fuck does that equate? Huh. Like I said, we've been going for 6.5 hours, so I'm pretty much ready to call it. But I'm sitting here, and I'm trying to figure this out. When I started, we were at 64% over here. Now, just going this far in, and cleaning off this shitty dragon at a wall. Just 2 walls. We're at 80%. I still have all that shit over there to do. How the fuck am I at 80% with just this? I don't follow. But that's fine. I'll go ahead and call it here. It's cool. I don't mind. It'll be good to get some rest. It's I don't know what time it is. Oh, it's 12:15. Yeah, it's a good time to rest. It's a good time to call it. It lies. I know, right? I mean, I don't follow how the fuck it's at this level. Now I'm just like, okay, so if I cut, okay, there's the wall. That left it at 80. The dragon left it at 80, and it was $25 to clean the dragon. Like, if that's 80, this is the cave wall. This is the cave floor. Okay, I don't... Oh, floor, wall, dragon. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not gonna bother with you. Fuck you. Fuck off. I'm not gonna keep doing this. Okay. Okay. Much better. The void can accept me. Okay. I'll catch you guys in the next one. We'll just go ahead and call it here and pick it up some other time. Have to figure out what to play next. I was debating on playing tomorrow. I'm not sure what I would play, but yeah. I always try to keep an open mind on that, so I'll have to see. If you got an idea, go ahead and DM me, but I can always fish through my stuff and see what I've got. Got a good bit stored away that I can always pull out and see what I can do. May not be a chill game, but it'd be another game nonetheless. I could actually, now that I think about it, go back into what is that shit called? What is that shit called? Not Horizon Zero Dawn, the other one. We were just talking about that. Deus Ex. I could do Deus Ex and other ones. I just have to find it. And things like that. I could find other games. You know? But, yeah, that'll be its own thing. Why has that screen not changed? you screen. Whatever. Okay. I'll catch you guys in the next one. You take care. By the way, I did add music to the end screen, so give me some feedback on that if you can. You take care. I'll catch you tomorrow, or I will catch you on Tuesday, hopefully, if I can. Bye, guys. Night.